Hello and welcome back. It has been at least 3 if not 4 weeks now because I have just... August has been interesting, let's go with that. Anyway, I'm gonna do a quick recap of what units we've got and what we're doing here. So, well, as the stream title implies and as you can see here, we are playing the randomizer mod, but we're not really being random, we are selecting primals. Or primal adjacent things. There is no primal anti-air. Scourge S seemed about as close as I was going to get. Same. The Kroger Alpha is the only one that I found so far that is a primal in the sense it gets a primal bonus thing, but isn't actually a primal. So I don't know. Like the Ursula Matriarch isn't. But if I can't get primals because there aren't enough to fill up slots, I'm basically just going with, like, you know, something animal-y. But I'm not actually building them, to be honest. I'm just building the actual things that are primals, mostly because of the fact that they're actually pretty useful bonuses they get. Yeah, so we've got those in the cantina. I think we've got mercenaries. Don't know if we've got any missing. So we're still missing our Ravasor mercenaries, which we will need to sort out. I like the game audio might be a bit loud on your end. I'll just turn it down by a tiny little bit. And hopefully that'll do it right. So, we need to get the Ravasors still. We've got Elite Palers, Hydralisks, Roaches, and Zerglings. So the interesting thing on this was the Primal Zergling, which actually for some reason can collect resources, so is a worker. We did go and just do the complete all of these. That was off stream because there's no difference to doing those. So that was something we did. Well, I don't actually know if I did it on stream or if I did it after the stream last time, but I need to do the research here. So we're going to start here. We're definitely getting Forge Arcane Blaze, melee attacks do 25% more damage, and ignore armor, which is going to be really good because a bunch of my units are melee. Defensive structures gain 50% increased life, and all structures gain 2 armor. Honestly, I think I'll go for this one. It just feels more like primally Zergy, right? Don't know which one's actually bad, to be completely honest here. Then we've got automated refineries and ultra capacitors. Ooh, probably gonna be ultra capacitors, I think. The automated refineries are really nice, especially on some missions, but the Primal Zerglings are pretty easy to mass up for mining purposes anyway, and I'm a bit worried about my actual unit strength in the late game, so I think the capacitors are the way to go. And it's got to be the Queen, right, for our flying detector. Can use Parasite, Ensnare, Spawn Broodling, and Spawn Creep too. I don't know if my units get any benefits from Creep. Whatever. Okay, so that's what we're having, and I have no idea where we're going. Okay, we've got Haven.
My people established a new colony on Haven. It was going well, but now the colony's gone dark. They're not responding on any frequency.
Okay.
We need to get
well, we can apparently get a colony ship. Sure, shut up, Hanson. Or Torsonis, where we can get a giant Ursodon.
They're running a large number of supply trains with minimal...
Don't know why these are giant. If I go back in, do they shrink down again? No, they're just really big. Let's see, trains or Haven. We're up against Marine Medic Deathhead Siege Tank Mutalisk. That sounds really miserable. We're just gonna spam move Reapers, Siege Tanks, and Mutalisks. Marine Medic's fine, but Moopies, Sentries, Templars, Vile Roaches, Immortals, and Primal God. I don't like any of these. This will be, if I can't do this at any point, just to be clear, these will be the first things that go. I think we'll try trains, I guess. Because this is at least, like, kind of adjacent to the approach we're going for.
Never thought we'd be back to this graveyard again.
So, let's give this a shot and see how badly this goes.
What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Okie dokie, let's grab this. Oh, add-on complete. This, we're gonna grab. What, you armory?
Huh? Bad news?
Armory.
Something in the way.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
In the rear with the gear.
Additional supply depots required.
I can't build here. We hear you.
Oh, I did not mean to do that. So I don't know if I can actually kill this.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
What's going on? Big job, huh?
Okay, never mind, I can kill this really easily.
Excellent work, sir. We can utilize the train's scrap payload to build more units. We obviously won't find many natural mineral fields here, so we should make the most of what we can salvage from the trains.
Mineral field depleted.
It's your time.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Okay. These guys here.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Check it out, Jimmy. Dominion started sending escorts to protect the trains.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
Did not mean to pull all of these guys. Do not pass it here.
Sounds like they're planning to attack our base. We better be ready.
Your forces are under attack.
Well, butter my biscuit.
A train is exiting the southern tunnel. Insufficient. Base is under attack.
Excuse me. That is really cheeky. No, you guys can fight.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
The Dominion are constructing a series of bunkers to protect the tracks. Be careful.
Okay, let's grab this. Get up here. And then grab some hydras.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Bad news?
Looks like we found all the Confederate Diamondbacks, sir. This should really help out against the trains.
Do we happen to be on stop up?
Sure thing.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Well, butter my biscuit.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, not too worried about that.
Your forces upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Your forces are under attack.
Butter my biscuit.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
What's going on? Bad.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest. Mineral field depleted.
Okay, let's get there. Oh yeah, there's the queen that needs to take that.
Your forces are under attack. Base
Sure, I'll go
is
check that.
under attack. Additional supply depots required.
In the rear with the gear.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, I've mined out very quickly here.
Add-on. Vespine Geyser exhaust base is under attack. Are under attack.
I'm a little bit worried about how the quick train's going to go.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders. I'll mark their location with a red warning symbol. Still, you should try to avoid them.
Whatever it is.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. You'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them.
Base Vespine Geyser SCVs are under attack.
Can we just nuke the train down? Yes. Excellent. Oh. We didn't actually kill team, but we nearly did, and that's good enough. So I think the next one will be on the top again. So I think what we're going to do is take these over here. Put those over there. Let's build a queen. Don't actually know what she does, but might as well.
In the rear with the gear. Huh?
Base is under attack. Your forces
I
are
can't
under
build
attack.
here.
Base is under attack.
What else can we get? Let's get a couple of these for being big and tanky. So what can you do?
A train is
Oh, well, you can drop creep tumors, but we don't have any creep to drop creep tumors on. That's great. What does the gas turret do?
It's your dime.
Let's still now.
Upgrade complete. Base is under attack.
Baylors are so strong.
Base is under attack.
Well, I think we know our solution to all in. Well, that appears to be doing basically nothing as far as I can tell.
Huh? Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay, what else can we do? Infector with Parasite, granting vision of everything it can see. Reduces movement, speed, and reveals cloak, and kills the thing. Wait. Oh, biological. I was looking at that and I was just like, can I just like one shot?
You scared me.
Oh, come on, what's the word? Can I just one shot the train? But I do not believe the train is biological, so that probably does not work.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Looks like the Dominion ran out of whatever they were juicing the trains with. They're putting out bigger escorts, though. We better watch ourselves.
Okay, that turned out to be very simple.
Detecting electrical activity in the wreckage.
Now let's see what they were so fired up to get there.
I was honestly a little bit concerned about that. But it turns out we just do a lot of damage. Which makes sense. The upgrades on the units we've got are basically all damage. So that does track. Okay, so we've got a bunch of new research stuff. Got some money. So let's go to the lab for... I don't know, do we actually have this much research? Oh wow, we finished our Zerg research there. Okay. Definitely go for this. Units occasionally fire thorns towards enemies upon taking damage. Just seems like a bit of fun. Seems very, like, primally. Hello, Steve. How you doing? What was I doing? Getting derailed by quacks. The giant Ursidon is... Oh, not too bad. This month has been very busy. Not all in a bad way, but kind of everything that can happen has happened this month, so it's just been a bit manic. But I did manage to get away for an anniversary for a week, so that was nice. Yeah, so this doesn't have any, you know, interesting traits, but that's fine. Plane crashed through my door. Not yet, but there's still a few days of August left. I'm not ruling it out. Armor. Detected unit. Surveyed. Incoming attacks. More health. Damage versus light. Frenzy ability. Seem pretty strong. Yeah, ideally not a 747, although with Boeing's current track record, maybe that's to be expected.
Came to the right place.
Okay, we'll grab the Elite Ravasaurs, just because I just generally like having mercenaries. They help me when I'm being really bad at macro and end up stockpiling much money. I can just press button, get big army, and not have to worry too much. Very handy. These are fine, but it's not technically a Scourge unit, so whilst I do use them for detection reasons, I'm not actually going to, like, you know, put much into them. Let's hop to the bridge, see what choices we have. Ooh. New Folsom Haven.
My people established a new colony on Haven. It was going well,
Giant-ass
but now the
college.
colony's gone dark.
We still need to access
Purify
the ashes
Scout
we retrieved from
on
Tarsonis.
Dead Man's Port.
Our old mercenary associate, Colonel Orlin, is an expert in Confederate code decryption.
Ah yes, the Mitoscarab. Well, that is an animal-y type unit. So sure, Mitoscarab, you're fine. Haven, this would be a Viking, so this is one that will get a mercenary, is worth bearing in mind. And oh, this should be the Viking. So we want to re-roll this into the... This is actually going to be a primal that we get to use. Guardian. Our closest equivalent would be... I really wish that I could... Well, yes, but no. We would like a primal variant. No, you're just going to tease me with Mutalisks now and not the primal. Yay, primal Mutalisk. Cool. So that will be our air unit we're going to be unlocking. And what's going on in New Folsom? Not sure. I do like New Folsom as a mission though, so let's go here.
Where's Tosh? I thought he...
Archon or a mothership? Wait, a mothership? How? Okay, so hear me out. I want to do this because Invisible Archon Tosh, and also I just prefer Tosh's mission, but I am very curious about Nova the Mothership. That very much seems like it would trivialize everything. Do. Fortunately, I could just reroll into something interesting. Now we have Tosh from Mothership, clearly. Defiler? I don't believe you're a Primal. I don't think we have any good Primals to... Okay, you are a Primal. I was going to save this for the Odin slot, preferably, but considering I can't reroll that until the actual Odin's mission, I might take it here, just because it's a Primal, and then reroll it again. And also, I don't know, a giant Tyrannosaur that's invisible as Tosh just sounds hilarious. So yeah, we're going to do that. I would have actually gone for Nova's mission if I had rolled Primal Bear first, but we'll go back and do Nova's later anyway.
You should have told me what you were really...
So, Tyranotosh? Toshranosaur? I don't know how you want to make this name sound stupider than it already is.
Dog is cheap.
It's going to be a slow mission because he's definitely not very quick.
Maybe yes.
He's also melee, which is going to actually make this quite...
My cloaking abilities. I can take out all these guards.
Can't get past.
They'll never see.
Okay, we can't do this mission with the Toshranosaur because he literally cannot get past.
Called Mind Blast.
Okay, I'll admit I wasn't expecting that. I had a vague inkling that he might be quite big and it might be kind of awkward, but I didn't expect him to literally get stuck at the literal first hurdle. Okay. Yes, clearly Toshling. I think it's something to be amusing for Tosh to be now. And yeah, I would rather play Tosh's mission, so I'm just going to keep rolling and ignoring Nova. Okay, so some sort of animal-y type thing would be fine. I'll accept whatever, really. As long as it's not, you know, normal unit, as it were. No, we can't. The joy of this playing mods. There's probably literally a mod out there. I haven't even checked. There's probably literally a mod that allows you to play this campaign as the Primal, but just as a straight up faction, and I'm just doing this in like dumbest way possible. That is decidedly plausible. Probably even. But no one ever accused me of being sensible. So reroll continuously until we hopefully get the thing we're looking for continues. And I admit, I'm already looking at all the infested units and being like, an infested playthrough could be fun, because apparently I just enjoy clicking the reroll button that much. Didn't think about it. The Lurker. No, the Lurker isn't. The Impaler is, but the Lurker isn't. Okay, I know there is something, because I saw the Scantipede thing appear over here one time. So it definitely exists, it's just being mean to me. To be fair, it's starting to feel like that might be literally the only unit I'm trying to roll into, so that could explain why I'm having a bit of a hard time here. And the problem is you can't go really fast, because I know that as soon as I start clicking this faster than the speed I'm currently doing, I'm just going to, like, blitz past it when it's going to hit. Amusing idea, but no. Where is Scantatosh? Toshapede. It's not like it's not letting me roll into it for some particular reason, because we've already demonstrated it will happily let me take units that literally don't work on the mission. So this is just a Stone Zealot. I mean, it doesn't fit the theme, but that is amusing. Jeez, I'm literally getting hide from clicking this and focusing too hard. This is, you know, peak content here. Should have had the camera on this so you could see the very intense look on my face. Hang on, I'm still seeing some unit. No, you're not a Primal. Also, you wouldn't fit through the gap either. Yes, the Leviathan. Clearly the optimal choice. Current Space Marine. Yes, the Primal Space Marine. Yeah, this mod would be dramatically improved. I get it's a randomizer, so, you know, random button. But considering you allow me to infinitely reroll anyway, you clearly expect people to force a build that they want. Right? So just give me a button that lets me select a unit. Oi. Hey, the parasitic scantipede. Spawns 2 parasites when killing an enemy. You know what, that could actually be kind of interesting. Okay. I'm kind of behind this. It's almost like playing an infestor sort of thing, isn't it? Well, not really, but, you know, you're invisible, which is kind of like burrowing. Well, I appreciate that at least this bot is very kind, and it followed me. But I'm also not looking to buy followers, so I'm afraid you are going to be removed. And he's gone.
What's cracking? Let's do this. I do what I
Okay.
with my cloaking abilities.
Hey, we've got range attacks at least. Aha. Here, the Scantipede army.
I can use a psionic explosion to take out groups
Oh, no, you've got to be kidding me.
little trick I call mind blast.
What? This thing isn't even that big, really?
Damn street. Let's just see about that. Irie.
Okay, I admit, that one was painfully disappointing. I'm not really sure what the best solution to that is. Since it seems like the actual unit gap is pretty small there. Hold on a second. I actually, I was mildly sensible, I believe, and kept open a singular tab, which, oh, Jesus, bright, tells me the different units that are available. Let's see if there's anything that seems obviously useful. Okay, there's definitely some things. Leaping Carax or an animal-y thing. Like there's some matriarchs and stuff. Do you have just standard Ursidons? Yeah, you do. Okay, so there are some things that work. I just have to roll for literally all of eternity. So this has now become a gambling stream because we're just, you know, flipping a coin 500 billion times. I hope everyone enjoys this.
Where's Tom?
So let's continue. Bear in mind, I rolled for a long time before and didn't see any of these things because I would have noticed those as well. Do 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 do. Seems like you very rarely see ones from the really low tiers when you've got just anything randomizer on. Don't know if that's technically, well, that's like technically from a low tier, isn't it? I think it's Stone's Out actually. I'm just curious now. No, never mind. That's from somewhere else. There were just a lot of zealots in that low tier, so. Wait, can I actually roll things from first tier? Mm, I don't know if I can. Hmm. No, I've definitely... no, Queens are from second tier, right? Have I rolled anything from that tier? I think I've rolled Infested Marines. Pretty sure I've rolled Infested Marines, which means you can roll first tier. You just apparently have to commit your entire mortal existence to doing so. Yay! Should probably just do a different mission, do this off stream, and then come back to it next time. But now I'm getting that stubborn sensation that tells me that I'm not allowed to change and I must in fact click this button for the rest of eternity until I get what I want. But volatile infested? Volatile infested? I'm just trying to figure out where things are. I don't think they are. I think they're the third tier as well. Yeah, they are. Okay. So I've definitely seen those. Have I actually seen the first... I don't know if you can roll into the first tier at this point. Do you only get the first tier on the first tier, like regardless of what you do? Because I know that you always get something that's only minerals as your first unit, even with like the crazy versions of randomizer and whatever else. There should be the regular Quillgore as well, though. So there are a couple of things that should work that I haven't currently got. I'm just apparently very unlucky. Or I'm greatly underestimating how statistics work. Or both. Both is always an option. There's also the option that I misread something and I'm literally being an idiot. That is a strong option, in fact. Honestly, the Defiler would be kind of interesting to do this mission with, I think, because it's got its own abilities. I don't know if it'd be overruled by Tosha's abilities, though. Defiler actually might make the mission really easy, thinking about it. Because I just have to say the word Defiler more often and it comes back. Would that work if I said, like, I don't know, Quillgore? Just, you know, start talking casually about Quillgores and see if they feel like showing up. Oh, it would be so terrible if we rolled into Quillgores, alright guys? Oh dear. What am I doing? I don't know how the random thing works, because I swear some of these units come up a lot, and then some of them you see once in a blue moon. Well, as demonstrated, right? So we had the Scantipede thing one time, which sadly didn't fit, blah blah blah. But even the counting for that, I don't think we've seen it again once since then. And yet some things like the different Colossus versions and the Thor and stuff show up loads of times. So there's got to be some sort of a bias in the random choice, which I think is screwing me over in my attempt to get a very specific unit choice. But that's just the way of things. It's amazing how mentally demanding it actually is staring at something and trying to click as fast as you can without accidentally clicking, like, just spam clicking. Probably doesn't help I'm dyslexic, so, you know, I'm having to pay extra attention to trying to read every word. Part of me is like, oh, I could just go and change one of the units I already have off of what it is, and therefore allow this slot to be whatever random unit. And I'm like, yeah, but then I'd be randoming something else out to try and random this in with one more option to random into when I already have options to random into that I'm not finding. Now it's just taunting me. Okay, so this does reappear occasionally, but... haha, very funny. Well, I think we're possibly achieving the least interesting stream in history. That's probably not true. There's been some very successful streams that have been of like people counting to 1,000,000 or whatever stupid things people have done. But then again, I'm also less entertaining than those people, so it might still be the most boring stream ever. Jeez, it's starting to hurt my hand. Maybe I should try and get the Scantipede as Nova or something at this point. I'm just being very stubborn. The problem here is to look at both of them gets even more time consuming. I definitely saw a queen there. And the queen is in the medic group. I don't think there's anything else in the medic group which actually helps me. Yeah, the Hellion group's fine. There's the Quilgore in there. I feel like I've really been... well, I've got the Primal Hydralisk, so they're definitely possible to get things out of that group. Yeah, I don't know why it's being so weirdly stubborn about unit choices. This is quite the insistence on not letting me do different units. Part of me is tempted to take a flying unit, actually fly over and do some weird stuff. Have we actually seen the Primal Guardian? Oh. I mean, it doesn't fit the slot, but I might... do I just do this just to cheese the mission now because it's been annoying me, and then come back in later? I feel like it's a bit boring now. I like this mission. I'm just kind of curious if I can, like, cut across and kill one of the later bases and then have the reinforcements there and then, like, work in weird directions and stuff. It's really boring. Then again, me clicking this 1,000,000 times is really boring. Oh dear. Nice to go. Keep showing that Primal Guardian just to make me go, do I want to do this? Oh, oh wait, I can't. I can't escape out of this. I was trying to go back to double check the settings in case there was anything I could change that would in some way help. But I don't think that's going to happen. Clear Tosh of a Widow Mine is what we need to do, right? This is one of the dumbest things I've done in a while, and I do a lot of dumb things on a day-to-day basis. But you can make Tosh an observer. I mean, I get the feeling that would not result in a very successful mission. Like, there should be a bunch of units that would fit the criteria of what I'm looking for here. But it's just not playing ball with me. It's giving me things from all different tiers, except the first tier. But I'd be fine with something from the third tier in Quilgore. The third tier, I think there was something that worked. I don't remember off the top of my head, but... I think I'm going to have to make a compromise here and go for some either Nova's mission instead, or a different unit. You know what, does it? Tosh for Defiler. In before this unit can't fit through, or can't do something because I don't think Defilers actually have an attack, so that could be interesting. Yeah, you can't attack. Can you do any damage? Yes, but you can't kill anything.
With my cloaking abilities, I can take out all these guards. They'll never see me.
Wait. You can't kill anything? Cannot reduce units or buildings below 1 life. Now,
I can use a cyan.
hey, Thrudum, I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that those guys back there are below 1 life. Now, of course, the biggest problem I have is this is ridiculously not efficient on energy.
Let's do this.
Did these guys die? They've been supposed to die.
See about that. That turret across the bridge.
I'm also realizing because I'm already a spellcaster, I don't actually get the
With my stealth.
Tosh abilities. So I'm just kind of stuck here waiting for my ability cooldowns. My abilities are very strong, but
Not enough.
the cooldowns are very... the cost is very high.
Let's do this.
So I'm not really sure this is a viable approach still. Okay, what can I do?
Damn street.
I really need something that can attack. Or I just submit to the pain of clearing extraordinarily slowly using Plague.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Talk is cheap.
Well, hold on. We'll test Plague and see if it can kill a missile. If we can one-shot a missile turret with Plague, I might continue this. If we can't, I think I'm just not going to, because it's going to take a long time just regardless as it is. It's a shame. Dark Swarm seems really powerful, but I kind of need Plague just so I can actually damage things.
Not enough energy.
Let's just see about that.
Yeah, so... can we kill this?
Open your mind.
Or will this actually... Oh, it should burn down anyway, right? Even if it stops at 1 health eventually? Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere.
What I wanna do.
Slowly. Very slowly.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
I need to get far enough that my ally starts sending in units.
I
Basically.
know it before
The problem is I don't know if my allies' attack waves are actually going to be strong enough to do anything useful. That'll be a real decider here. If they're not, then I will restart with a different unit again. I might just go Primal Guardian at that point and just cheese the mission for fun. As fun as it is sitting and watching this bar go up very slowly. I wonder if I wait long enough if these guys gain attack upgrades. And I wonder if these guys had +2 originally or if they're just going up over time. Okay, they have 0, 2 and 0, 0. And we have 0, 1.
in the rear. Open your mind.
We can kill the tank, that's fine. If I had that size radius, we'd be doing good here. Wouldn't be so bad.
Not enough energy. Not enough.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah. Well, I should kill these. Hopefully kill this. It'll kill the missile turret regardless because it'll burn. Yeah, for some reason the ability is supposed to shoot me. We do heal very fast. That's nice.
Hang in there, Tosh.
Yes.
My boys are moving in to back you up.
Remember, just keep sending in troops, and I'll do the rest.
Our allies are being attacked.
Did he lose a Quirk already? Oh, he didn't send up Quirks. Yeah, this is where it becomes a problem. I am decidedly weaker than my opponent. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to wait for an attack to come. Pull the SC... Oh, I don't know, damage output to actually kill that, even with my
Our
spells.
allies are being attacked.
But yeah, I need the SCV to come forward so that I can actually kill this. Because if the SCV isn't here, I'll never do any damage because he'll just repair it.
What's cracking?
Are there any more SCVs? No.
I do.
Just one SCV.
do.
Don't know why standing here gives me full vision, but... Okay, I've got Hydras now. We can't actually out-push his attack waves.
Let's just see about that.
Hold on, if I go...
Damn straight. Out with it.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's
Oh, I just need you to hit this once. Because I can't even double up. I guess I could. I'm gonna have to wait for SCV and just use it on him alone, aren't I? Maybe not. Hold on, hold on.
street.
Done some damage. There we go. Oh, finally. Okay, so it seems like this might be doable. I'll keep trying, because, you know, sometimes it being really difficult in a weird... Where did you come from?
You asking or telling?
Our allies are being attacked.
Where did he come from? I looked at this, there was only one of him. There's no medics, so he's not been fixed.
Open your mind.
They're not bringing in more of them. Let's go back over 300, so another attack won't even kill it.
Being attacked.
Before you see.
Not enough energy.
Oh, he's going to heal it and run away again. Okay, I'm going to stay up here whilst I do it this time, so I can keep an eye on where any extra SCVs are coming from. Got plenty of supply. Oh, darn it, I was really hoping these things would get to do the kills here. This is just going to waste this wave, basically.
Our allies
Wait,
are
did I
being
get both of them?
attacked.
Okay. SCV is gone. No SCVs. Right?
Our allies are being attacked.
We're going to get dropped in. Does he pull another one from somewhere else?
Our allies are being attacked.
Was there actually two and I missed it somehow? Yes, burn. Burn turret.
Our allies are being
Progress. We've done something. We'll just ignore that problem for now.
Convince me.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to... Like, technically I can kill that in one hit. I don't know if I can actually get close enough to it to kill it in one hit. There's a lot of enemies around.
Let's just
not enough energy.
I feel like I'm going to struggle. Excuse me. So, as soon as I go out of vision radius, it just spawns a SCV out of nowhere, so I have to stay here.
Our allies are being attacked.
let's just
Okay, well, we're going to run this test anyway.
Our allies are being attacked.
Back up to foot. Oh, Jesus, and tanks and stuff. No, good luck to my ally.
see about that. Let's
Our allies are being attacked.
Stand up here just so we can see what's going on. So this actually does damage over quite a long period of time, so I don't know if it'll be long enough to get this to die from burning though. I think it might actually. Alright.
Our allies base
I'm okay with that. That was a good result. We'll just ignore the fact my ally is going to die.
The Dominion's all over us, Tosh. We need some backup.
let's do this.
Do you rebuild your defenses? No. I really need to get this base.
Maybe no. I do what I wanna do.
Our allies are being attacked.
Do I? Very briefly.
Let's just see. Let's
Our allies are being attacked.
damn straight.
Our allies are being attacked.
No, that was a waste. All I got was one marine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stand up here and just kill the SCV and then pick off some other units, I think.
Being attacked.
And hope my ally can defend long enough. This is turning into a very weird and prolonged mission, but it's kind of interesting in its own way. I'm a bit worried about my ally lack of actual attacks going on now. I feel like he might have given up, which is a problem. Jeez, I wish I had the, was it, cellular reactor, is it? It might actually be. The one that basically allows me to, you know, have more energy regen. I like how because of the mission in Heart of the Swarm, these have little mini-map icons. Okay, so sadly I have to waste my next one on just killing this SCV. But then we'll get rid of the tank. And that should make a big difference.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this.
Hey, at least got rid of Marine as well.
Our allies are being attacked.
So I cannot retreat. As soon as I leave this high ground, SCV appears, and I'm kind of boned back to where I want. I literally spent that entire cooldown just to kill a single SCV. So, we are just sitting here. You do not appear to be building anything. That is a big problem. You've not got any more upgrades, nor have they, so that's fine, I guess. Should be able to kill the tank and the Marine in one shot together. Then these Marines, I guess. This mission is going to take me like 2 hours or something if I actually manage to do it. My biggest hope is that as I push forward, so we'll get, what was it, Ursidon Matriarch, something's up here, which should be quite nice. And then the siege tank equivalent is the ones that carry bile. They'll be good at sieging, but they don't hit moving targets very well. It's really weird that it respawns SCVs here if you lose vision, though. Well, that's just odd. Not at all how I would have expected this to work. Yes, kill medic. Any chance of me killing this? Nah, timing's not right. I might actually wait for the next wave though and kill him at the same time. It doesn't make a difference on my energy regen because it's not like I cap out at 150, so I can actually just wait for the next wave that comes through if it's an alright size. Try and dump it on the tank and the enemy attack wave, and maybe that'll give my ally a bit of extra help. I think that's about the best I can do. Okay. Marines coming through. You gonna... There we go. Yes. That's what we needed. Now it's just the Hellions, which admittedly are kind of miserable for this situation, but then we actually get an attack wave coming forward, and we've killed this tank. So if there's still other tanks left, there's still plenty of problems. But we're doing something. These units I don't think come back. They don't have a factory here, so they should be good at staying away. Oh, that's really good actually. I should be able to get rid of that now. That is assuming my allies don't just do it, because they may well at this point. I think the bigger thing than actually killing the tank and stuff was the 2 bunkers plus getting rid of the tank here. I think was actually the biggest thing. There's an argument I should be using Dark Swarm in this situation to protect these guys, but I don't know if the AI is smart enough to deal with it.
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, so this is the part I hate because it's probably going to respawn a... Don't you dare spawn a worker on me. Okay. And this will allow me to get rid of this tank. Okay, I think we've got this base.
Our allies
Took us a while, but... And this... I think we'll probably end up building 2 worms here, which are very good defense. Will hopefully help a lot with not getting pushed back so far.
Our allies are being attacked.
Do wish we were sending in slightly larger attack waves, but may do what we've got. And we should be able to get, well, okay, we'll get the tech reactor and do some damage to the factory at the same time as the tank. It's better than nothing.
Our allies are being
Not even going to put into remotely close to burn range, but if this was 100 instead of this, it'd be so much easier. The biggest reason isn't even because I'd be able to cast them faster, it's because I'd stock up quicker. Sorry, because I'd be able to stock up 2 would be the biggest benefit.
Our allies.
Yeah, it does seem like no one gains any upgrades, which I guess is a positive for me at least.
What I wanna do.
Oh, did I just... Hey, I'm fine with this.
Our
Gained a free
allies are
Hellion
being
kill out of that.
attacked.
Oh. Okay.
Our allies are being attacked.
That is really strange. So this is acting like it's supposed to, which is not dying. But everything else seems to die?
Our allies are being attacked.
Right, this was 300 over 40 seconds. Is it something to do with, like, if it lands on 1 health, then it doesn't take any more damage? Or? Okay, I'm glad we got rid of these. Well, most of these. So this is still building more Hellions. You need to be aware of that. Next attack wave's already coming in now.
Our allies are being attacked.
I wonder if my allies will actually be able to push in here and clear this.
Dog is cheap.
No. The answer is a resounding no. All the Hellions are coming back. Need to get rid of this so I can move around freely. Sadly, I won't get the Devour ability from here, which would have been delightful. Okay, this should get rid of the last turret, and then I won't be pinned in the corner anymore. Don't think that really actually helps a lot in this situation, but it's nice. There you go, Quaggle. Good job. Now I guess I have to kill his factory,
Allies are being
which I
attacked.
think will take 2 more hits. Because I don't think 500 is low enough to burn, not 100% certain. Oh, that's interesting. Watchers and Hellions. All of these still coming? Marines, Reapers, bunkers from SCVs, and
Our allies are being attacked.
we're definitely going for the building though, because it's going to take some time to clear out. Our ally isn't dying imminently. I mean, they're kind of dying imminently, but you know. Part of me still wonders whether I'd actually do better just killing off a wave of Marines and having my allies come in. Maybe.
Street. I do what I want to do.
Our allies are being attacked.
It's just
I could just clear out all of these Marines. Or I could do this. You know, help the Hellions and the factory. Really hoping this burns. Still not convinced it's going
Our
to.
allies are being attacked.
Will it burn or will it not? I don't think it's supposed to have taken that much damage from this ability, but...
out with it.
Okay, that thing was at
Our allies
800,
are being attacked.
and it took 300 damage and went down to just over 300. I think it took like 450
Our allies
damage.
are
What?
being attacked.
Okay, sure. I'm thinking that might be why things were dying. If they're taking too much damage, like it's ticking higher than it should and accidentally killing things. I can't let this go dark because it might spawn another SCV and fix the building. I was going to go Dark Swarm these guys so that they could kill the Marines. But I need to babysit the factory and make sure that it dies. Make sure that they get to build the next thing. I might go kill this wave though.
Our allies are being attacked.
Good work, Tosh. We're pushing on toward the front line.
Let's do this. Let's just see.
No, don't block that then.
When I need energy, I can use consumption to get more.
I wish I could use consumption. Consumption would be
From an ally.
glorious right now.
The more life they have, the more energy. It don't hurt much.
SCVs are going to be a pain. Jeez.
It's just
Okay. You know what, this is fine. We've got some extra units here. We've got the Primal worms here, which is real big. Our attack waves have grown. I'm happy with this. We're okay. We're only 30 minutes into this mission and we've cleared the first base. It's going great. Okay, so what I really need to do is get both of these SCVs.
Our allies are being attacked.
So I need an ally push, hit the buildings a bit, push in, hit the or if I could hit the SCVs and both the bunkers, that would be amazing.
damn street.
I'll take that. And one of the SCVs, but I'll still take it. Another SCV has appeared out of nowhere, so I guess we're having SCVs spawn further back than this, but we got rid of the bunker. That is okay. Certainly not bad. Some progress. And I will take progress. Burrow is literally pointless here because I'm already invisible. It just stops me from... It's not entirely pointless. Kind of really aggressive whole position. You know what, I'm literally going to do that now so I don't accidentally run myself in. Yeah, it doesn't change how fast anything happens. So these attack waves are big enough now that they're actually, like, the double Hydra and double Krogor has made a huge difference here. It's interesting how the tanks have a reload thing for their shots. None of the other units do. Come on guys, we need to come in and hit something. Just hit a building. Let me get the SCVs. Go. No. Okay, you know what? This is fun.
Our
That will do.
allies are being attacked.
Tosh, you're nearing the first military cell block now. Releasing the prisoners might buy us some allies.
Yes, I realise I probably should have came around the back and killed the tanks, but I think the SCVs would have healed them still. I got very tunnel visioned on the fact that I could reach there.
Our allies
Yep, that is
are
some
being
giant
attacked.
Nosodons. That should be quite nice actually. Those things are bulky.
I know it before you say it.
You know, all things considered how long it takes me to do anything, I'm going to compare this.
Our allies are being attacked.
These guys can push, it's fine, whatever. Okay, don't know what these guys are doing, just chilling here, but... This is gonna take 4 hits, isn't it? At least. Unless...
Our allies are being attacked.
See if I can tighten up the grouping a bit. Oh, good job.
Damn street. I do what I want.
Our allies are being attacked.
Regen some more. These guys keep smashing their face into that and shooting nothing, but fine for now.
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, that's alright. Oh, I just realised if any of these things decide that that's the answer, then I can't clear this base.
Our allies are being attacked.
Well, that is mighty unfortunate. Apparently ham securities have the right amount of health to not die to plague.
Not enough energy.
I don't think I have a solution to that. I don't think there's any way of me luring these guys over here and invisible. Yeah, I'll drop another plague on him and see if it does anything, but I get the feeling it's not gonna.
Damn street.
Yeah, I can kill everything here except this hammer skill. Wait. Wait. That's not true. I can kill the hammer securities. I have to use the tank.
Let's do this.
I'm going to kill the marine first, because I need as little damage coming into me as possible whilst I do this. It's a shame because... You know what, actually, how's it? Save, Thrones of Liberty...
Being attacked.
Okay.
I do what I damn street. Yes, maybe no. Let's do this.
I mean, I'll keep trying it. I need to...
Our allies
Yeah.
are being attacked.
I need to come this way? Can we go in range?
You ask it.
Problem is, these guys themselves can kill me very quickly. I'm just going to save again because my energy's regenerated a bit more, basically.
Our allies are being attacked.
That didn't look like it did any friendly fire damage. What?
Out with
Are you kidding me? Your siege tanks do no splash.
Let's do this.
Yep, I definitely did no splash damage. So there's no point in me being in this bit. I can't actually clear it. I can't get a bonus objective for doing clearing of it. Yeah, that's annoying. Like, everything else I've not actually minded too much. It's been a bit
Our
slow, but
allies are being
yeah,
attacked.
whatever. This is kind of lame.
Let's just see about that. Let's do this. What I want to.
Our allies are being
So yeah,
attacked.
for whatever reason, that thing is just immune to splash damage. Can I beta Raven to follow me all the way up here somehow? If I can, then I can use it. I just need to get rid of this
Our
first.
allies are being attacked.
Well, let's go test if we can bear this first. They're supposed to be on a patrol path, but it's possible the mod has broken them in some way, so let's find out. Here in. literally preventing from getting the giant Ursidons, which would be delightfully helpful by one thing, and I'm not sure, but I might have the same problem at the
Our
other base.
allies are being attacked.
I do what I want to do.
The credits actually don't matter that much, because I'm not going to have that many primals to upgrade. Might matter, actually. All the upgrades I have are quite expensive ones, so.
What's cracking?
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this. I do what I want to do. Let's just see about that. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, River's turret just for hell of it, but. Oh, when I get a nuke late. Do I get the nukes? Oh, I don't know if I'll get the nukes even because of. I'm not getting Tosh's abilities. I was gonna say, if I get the nuke later, I could come freaking nuke this guy.
Out with it. Let's just see about that. Let's do this. I do what
Our allies are being
Wait, why do I
attacked.
have high ground mission?
damn straight. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Strange. Really wanted these Ursidons. It would have been such a lovely frontline unit for this pushing. Don't get me wrong, they'd still have gotten squashed by all the Thors and stuff later on, but. So if I don't get the nukes, and I can't get any of the support units. God. I thought I was joking, was that this is going to take like multiple hours, but it might literally take multiple hours and still not get me the
Out with it.
bonus objectives.
Our allies are being attacked.
Well, that'll be this dead at least.
Weskin.
Well, I can definitely technically win, because I can destroy all of the buildings.
Our allies are being attacked.
It's just extremely slow.
Maybe no. Irie. Let's just see about that. Let's do this. Damn straight.
No way that I can push him in any way.
Wanna do. Let's do this.
Hoping I was mistaken and that somehow I could get past the problem of the 1 health
Or Devin.
unit. I did think this when I first picked this up and saw that it was like, oh, you just won't go below 1 health, but then things have been dying, so I was like, okay, fine. Are we gonna have this same problem
Our
of
allies are
immortal
being attacked.
respawning SCVs?
Dog is cheap.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, I was being attacked, I'll be fine. They have many Zerglings to protect themselves. Speaking of, if they just send all their stuff, we might get somewhere. No guarantees, but we might.
Our allies are being attacked.
Genuinely wonder if this would actually be a bad solution.
I do.
I knew this was gonna happen. Yes, shoot the bunker. No, shoot the bunker.
Let's just see about that. Convince me.
We got 250, I'd have 50 left to go before I get another shot.
You asking or Devin? What's cracking?
What are my alternate options?
Our allies are being attacked.
Hit the Raven and the tank at the same time and hope that one of them dies?
Out with it.
Probably not a bad option. No, sadly there's not a way for me to disable my stealth. If I could, I really wish I could. Like, honestly, it would make it harder in a lot of ways, but if I could have just had Burrow and not had stealth at all, it would have actually made this mission easier, funnily enough. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to clear this, literally, unless I get... It does give me nukes. If it does give me nukes, I will genuinely come back and spend a nuke on this one dude.
Let's do this. Yes, maybe no.
Our allies.
No, you've got to be kidding me. Oh. Okay, so it is weird in some ways. So the SCVs actually repaired that, and then he got another tick, which killed it. So what I think is going on is this, I think, is doing more damage than it's supposed to for some reason. And I think basically if the normal damage gets it to 1 HP, it becomes invulnerable. But if the weird extra damage it seems to have gained from somewhere hits it, it dies, I think. Because it's not precise enough for it to be if it lands on exactly 1 HP.
Our allies are being attacked.
There's definitely more to it than that.
Our allies are being attacked.
I mean, it's making for a very interesting puzzle. I just wish that the regen was a bit faster. It'd make it a more interesting puzzle. Or a more fun puzzle, at least.
Our allies are being attacked.
Am I catching any further guys in this next wave?
Our allies are being attacked.
I don't know what happened to the SCVs, but... I'm hoping he dies. No, you're going to be one of the invincible ones. Seem to be getting a... like... These guys used to just die, right?
Open your mind.
Our allies.
I'm thinking... No, that doesn't make sense, because surely these are spawn. I was going to say, maybe it's the units that were on the map originally. But no, because some of the waves I can kill... I don't know why it works on some, but it doesn't on others. I can't... I'm not sure. So I can do this, but I just don't think it's worthwhile. Well, I don't know. And again, the enemy doesn't seem to have splash damage on my tanks, because I literally went and stood next to this guy to see if it'd die when there was a tank here, and I couldn't splash him to death, which was kind of lame. I thought I'd found a pretty neat solution. I had not. Oh well, I had, but the game was cheating. Even if they had all the upgrades from the campaign, they'd still do splash damage, just less of it.
Our allies are being
Doing 0 splash damage is just cheating.
Let's do this. Damn.
Our allies are being
Okay, so I need to hit this. And of course, the SCVs are back because I went back onto the ground. These are weirdly annoying when you're playing the game like this. Good job, Krugels.
Let's just
I mean, they're just respawning anyway, but it's something.
Not enough energy.
Okay, I got all three of these. Theoretically, these two should die. This one, I don't know what's going to happen. These two should definitely die anyway, because of...
Our
no.
allies are being
No. It's still going down, but I think my ability might run out before it dies. Oh no.
I know it.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I see it.
Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. Admittedly, this has been fixed up by the respawning dude, but
are being attacked.
we've gotten somewhere. We're taking out 2 tanks and 2 bunkers. And a missile turret. Fighting it again with the ability, not like it's going to add a major percent to the time for... Oh, for this? No, I've tried it. He's been hit like 5 times now.
Convince me.
Not... I didn't try it 5 times in a row without any variance. I was trying... There was a Marine next to him at one point, so he was hit first. Then he was hit with another Marauder and a Marine. Then he was hit with just a Marine. He's been hit a bunch, he doesn't care. Ah, no worries. You're more than welcome to half watch. Oh, it dropped off a few times. It's only 40 seconds long. And it takes me more than 40 seconds between casts. Sadly. Oh, jeez, they hit hard. It is a good job I have a native amount of armor, because that thing can one-hit me. Which I think means I really need to go up onto the high ground and do this. I am not chancing that again.
Allies are being attacked.
Yeah, see, so this guy's just surviving just straight up. Okay, and that's gone, I'll be able to come down here and move around a bit. Oh. I can come down here and move around a bit now, because they killed the tank.
Talk is cheap. Let's just
So, the real question is going to be taking high bets on this base, also having things that I can't kill.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, the tanks aren't too bad. The siege, I didn't realise how much of a difference the damage was. So regular tanks do 35 or 50 versus armor, and siege breakers just do 100 versus everything. That's insane. That is an unpleasant
Allies are being attacked.
amount of damage. I figured they might clear it, I just wanted to be extra sure.
let's just
He never used to, but
I do.
Not enough energy.
he does not appear to respond. Good idea, though.
You're close to the second military.
No
site,
hammer
Josh.
security,
Feel like making some new friends?
which is the one that didn't die last time, but the siege breaker. Oh god, I can't. I don't think I can actually even get in here. Oh no, I can because the Raven patrols. Okay. I was just like, I can't even get anywhere near that thing. It just kills me.
What's cracking?
Okay, hopefully my ally will start sending even bigger waves now, though. Great, you just fine. Lovely.
Let's just see about that.
Wait, if I walk up here, do I get a nuke?
Josh, we got a nuke ready for launch.
No.
Ain't a target.
Oh.
Just don't call the strike in too close.
3 P.M. site ready.
You're just being mean now. So if you don't have abilities yourself, you get Tosh's abilities. If you have your own abilities, you get bugger all.
What's cracking? Maybe yes.
Our allies are being attacked.
Well,
Let's do this.
moment of truth. Okay. Never mind. You know what, I'm kind of tempted to basically finish the mission like this, just out of stubbornness. But then to get my credits, reload and do this with like, just something completely busted, just for catharsis.
Our allies are being attacked.
Tosh, we got a nuke ready for launch.
Checking if loaded and made a
Just don't
difference.
call
Of
the
course it
strike in
didn't,
too
but you know.
close.
Nuclear missile ready.
But yeah, I could just like basically prove that I can meet this mission, reload, do it with Primal Guardian or something just for a laugh and just, you know, walk over the mission.
Our allies are being attacked.
Or, I don't know, what are the strongest units in the game? I think it's the Tal'Darim Mothership, isn't it?
I do what I wanna do. Let's do this.
Our
So I think the
allies are
medic
being
I don't want to hit. The medic ironically guarantees that everything except the siege tank can die. Well, okay. I literally can't get any of the bonus units. The medic means that all the infantry can die. Allow me to correct my earlier terrible statement. I thought that was going to happen because I've already tried killing these and for whatever reason they just don't die, but I was being naively hopeful. Okay, so what are we facing? Oh, so they do splash damage, but only to me. They have no friendly splash damage. Wow. Wish my siege tanks a lot. I mean, I don't have any siege tanks, but you know what I mean. My allies' attack waves don't seem to have got any bigger for claiming this base. It might be time-based. In fact, they've gone over an hour now. Might be a reason why they've not got any bigger. I'm gonna head here and let's just send out a bunch of SCVs, aren't they? Huh? Okay, but it does mean if my allies hit these, the SCVs come out and I can actually do stuff. Yeah, you guys go away. I know there's just going to be more. Oh wow, it's like instant. Okay, you keep fixing that, and this can die, right?
Our allies are
Yes.
being attacked.
Good. Can I use you? No, no, come back. You don't like me, right? Yeah, just follow me, Why would you do that? I could have used him. If I got him over here somehow, I could have dragged... Like,
Our allies
no.
are being attacked.
Let's be real, there's no way I can drag it through that. Ow. Hey, leave me alone.
Let's just see. Maybe yes, maybe no.
This one I still can't do because the tanks are just one.
Our allies are
No.
being attacked.
Maybe? I can force him to unsiege. I'm gonna play this bit first anyway, just if I can, but... Go, go, go. Well, it doesn't look like it has any SCVs left, so... Okay, I can't figure out what the... like... how that decides what it does. Okay, so these tanks die. These I don't know. I don't know the medics die. I think medics die. I think I can kill everything here. I don't think I can kill the Raven, can I? Damn it. I was gonna say I might be able to use the Raven to somehow lure the tank, but all I'm gonna do is make it unsiege, which shouldn't, I don't think, change anything about it dying or not. Science, can we kill Hell's Angel?
Our allies are being attacked.
Out with it.
Yes, we can. Okay. But we can't out damage him. I mean, we can still do this fine. We just have to hit 2 at a time. And I think it'll work out. Although I think the medic's energy regens faster than mine does. Maybe I should help my allies get in here. No, doing something.
Talk is cheap.
Yeah, having a 9 range, 30 damage, just ground bombardment would be quite nice. I mean, it doesn't compare to, like, you know, 13 range siege tanks, but it'll still be nice.
Open your mind.
Hey, nice one. These guys are pretty chunky.
Out with it.
My allies are actually doing alright. They're building an infinite quantity of Primal Zerglings that they're not actually attacking with. But, you know, it could be worse.
Our allies are...
It occurs to me, I don't have a save before this mission, do I? Oh no, I do. Okay, so yeah, we're going to complete this mission. We're then going to load this save and we're going to completely obliterate the mission. Just to make me feel better. But I'm going to complete it with this setup first. This is not the efficient way to do it. I'm just curious if I can force this tank to unsiege on some stuff.
Our allies are being attacked.
Convince me.
Our
Well, I think
allies
these guys
are being
die
attacked.
anyway, right? But it's safer to do it with the medic in tow.
Talk is cheap.
Yeah, if I had gotten either the nukes or especially the Devour ability, I would have rather the nukes actually. Waiting has been tedious, but at least the nukes would have allowed me to just nuke the 2 cell blocks and get all the units. I've always kind of enjoyed watching NPCs do things, so, you know. I should not have done that.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh. Well, that is unfortunate. Didn't realise the medic itself wouldn't die. Of course I want to kill medics. Oh, I've killed the Hellions and then also failed to kill the Hellions, so, you know, whatever. Okay, so we'll re-siege. I'm gonna hit it with thing, have it on siege, see if it dies.
Are being attacked.
I mean, I can't kill the medic, so this is kind of pointless actually. Okay, let's go. Let's go win this, as if it's like, you know, a quick little jaunt that won't take me very long. We know the fact we're getting to units that are now basically strong enough to not die, even if they don't get healed. No, no, Zerglings! Why? Come back!
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, so I don't know if I can kill these. I don't know how much damage they can do to the Thor. Oh, weird looking thing, really, isn't it? Okay, so I can kill that. Can I kill a Thor? Can we kill a Thor? No. I might have been able to kill a Thor. It might have somehow balanced out its health in a way that was actually worse for me. Ooh.
Our allies are being
Not
attacked.
sure. So I can take out the reactors on these. Which would slow down production. I don't think he rebuilds reactors. The funny thing is, Dara, if it with that the posh power thing, whatever, if it actually had energy, it would have blitzed through this mission pretty happily. It's just that I'm having to wait around for like a long time every time I want to cast a spell.
Not enough energy.
Yeah, I want to do this, but I'm not doing this whilst there's tanks and stuff standing next to me.
Our allies are being attacked.
I didn't have anywhere to run. I don't care. I will stay here all night and make the least watchable content man has ever seen. Okay, so there's no point messing around with that. Let's just go there.
Tosh, we got a nuke ready for launch. Paint a target. Just don't call the strike in too close.
Our allies are being attacked.
Only if this is one of those games where you can speed up time. Okay, so what I really want is my allies to come up, do some damage to this, hit the
Our
SCVs.
allies are being attacked.
Problem is, when units get attacked on the way in, it seems to, like, break
Our
things.
allies are being attacked.
The SCVs are going to come down, but I think they'll prioritise the bunker, so I hope...
Our allies are being attacked.
they're going to heal that too fast, aren't they? The bunker's not going to burn down in time. Nope.
I do what I wanna do. Let's just see about that. Let's do
Pretty sure the Ravens are not supposed to have life on this
Our
mission, but...
allies are being attacked. Not enough energy. Not enough energy.
Okay, I guess I didn't need to go out.
what I wanna do. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Our allies are being attacked.
You know, considering I managed to kill through one of them, I'm kind of inclined to just build up more energy, because I definitely have to help in here. My allies can get through here. If I get to 250, I'll cast, but I might just wait otherwise. Because my allies are proving pretty proficient at bunker killing.
Let's do this. I do.
Okay. Considering the SCVs came down,
Allies are being
I'll
attacked.
speed this up. As two more SCVs immediately both, of course. Alright, let's go this. Out Ravens.
Our allies are being attacked.
Before you see it.
Two. Okay, the siege tank is not sieged, which is a bit weird, but good. I assume we're gonna get some SCVs running in here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Didn't account for the medics. Hey. I feel like I could have just not attacked that there and it would have actually had the same result, but... I I'm just hoping my guys can take this out for me and save me having to waste a spell just to kill a turret. Which I think they should be able to do. Unless they unfortunately get high ground vision and decide that it's not important to kill a missile turret.
What's cracking?
Which I suppose for them it's not really important to kill a missile turret, but you know. Right, that works.
Yes, maybe no. Let's just see about that.
I feel like whilst I have seen them kill this should speed things up tremendously if I can kill them both.
Our allies are being attacked.
I feel like as long as Raven doesn't come along and kill me, having high ground vision here should help as well. I'm not planning to cast on these, but I'm hoping that the vision helps. Yeah. Maybe not a ghost. Excellent work. Okay, we're kind of back to where we were before. I'm just going to save this.
Our allies are being attacked.
So I could again blind cloud and blah blah blah, but I just don't think it's worth it. My allies don't have enough firepower. Really? I'm really hoping they were all just going to march forward because they would have died to this and that would have saved me a lot of time.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this. Let's just see about that.
Well, that was painful. Uh-oh.
Let's do this. Damn straight.
Our allies are being attacked.
Sure. No, I don't want to be next to him. Okay. We've marginally gotten somewhere. Very marginal. I don't like being up there because when the Raven comes, it just traps me and throws a missile at me and I die. It's kinda sad.
Let's do this.
My whole position here, can the tank even get there?
Our allies are being attacked.
I do.
Wait, can I hold position my own units from getting through anywhere?
Damn straight.
Okay, slight detour.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yes, maybe no. Let's just see about that.
This is a pretty wide gap, but can I block the chunky boys? Because if I could make a double wave, this should be able to tank an enemy wave fine. So if I can make myself have a double wave, pretty big gap. I'm not sure it's gonna. Oh, this is actually a smaller gap, isn't it?
Irie.
Our allies are being attacked.
Aha. Different solution. Okay, so I'm gonna keep an eye on this. If this gets too bad for me, like down here, I will let it go. Otherwise, I will save up a couple of waves.
Attacked.
And then I'll come along with it and I'll use Dark Swarm this time. But so it's all like a fair amount of firepower. Nope. Lost. The Zerglings are squeezing through. The Hydras sometimes get through as well, but the core rolls do not.
Are being attacked.
Yeah, we might go.
What I want to do.
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, so let's see if this does anything.
Let's just see about that. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Clearly what I needed to do, right, is I block them up here, and they build up so much they fill up the entire area and come kill this stuff,
Our
right?
allies are being attacked.
I do what I want to do. Damn straight.
I mean, it's done something. Killed half the battle cruiser. Here we go. Jackson's Revenge down. I'll take that. I will take that any day.
Damn straight. I do what I want.
I consider that to be a solid success.
Our allies are being attacked.
This would probably be the best place to go, really. So what I really want to do is get myself up this ramp, because there's a trigger that stops the enemy from... They basically build way faster than they should be able to. Like, they have, what? 2 starports, 2 barracks, and 2 racks, and they're building, like, these waves this quick. It's not the rate that buildings work at. So just kill this for me, that'd be real nice. I don't have any SCVs left. Means I can just kind of kill things now.
Our allies are being attacked.
I do what I want to do.
Our allies are being attacked.
Interesting, they're actually sending out banshees now.
Our allies
It was accidental.
are being attacked.
Might have been accident. I was thinking of blocking this up, but all again with a bunch of siege tanks killing me. So what I need to do is I need to
Our allies are being attacked.
need to clear out the detection, get up here, clear that, get up the ramp, probably disable the reactors at least. That was super sketchy.
I do what I want to do. Yes, maybe no. Let's just see about that. Talk is
In
cheap.
theory, I should be able to disable the Raven production with one hit here. Oh, screw you too. Jerk. And then probably the same there, though the Reapers might make that a bit trickier. They do hit 9 damage versus light with 2 attacks, so
Open your mind.
kinda nasty.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies
You know what,
are
whilst I
being
can do that,
attacked.
and it makes me a lot safer, I feel like it's better value just to clear this. Oh, that's actually burning down something. So I need to hit this. I will die.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh, no, I survived. Look, Raven. Leave me alone, Mr. Raven. Excellent. So if I walk up here, I think that should definitely be me having hit the trigger right.
What I wanted.
Our allies are being attacked.
So they should stop turbo boating. Okay, so Zerglings get through, nothing else
Our
does.
allies are being attacked.
Zerglings kill tank, and that's fine. The lack of them having friendly splash damage is a good info. Totally Jing.
Let's just see.
Okay, I need to deal with factories.
Our allies are
Siege
being
tanks are a
attacked.
problem.
I do what I want to do.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this.
I think a Raven's still around here somewhere too. And this should prevent any more Ravens from being built. Should be able to prevent any more siege tanks from being built.
You asking or telling? I do. Let's do this.
Leave me alone. Okay. You need to hit one more building. Which is this. I actually don't want to kill everything. I'm genuinely curious if the AI has a supply limit. It probably does. I doubt I can actually fill up the entire map with units. That'd be really weird. But curiosity dictates that I must try. If I can stand here for 6 hours and fill up this entire thing and get the objective, that would be kind of fun. Fun is a relative term in this situation.
Let's do this.
Interesting might be a more appropriate term.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yes, maybe no. I do what I want to do. Let's do this.
Okay, this should be the end of tank production. No more tanks after this. Just Hellions. Which I'm fine with, because strictly speaking, I'm not actually trying to win here. Well, I'm trying to win, I'm just... The test I'm trying to run does not actually require me to win.
Yes,
Okay, no more tanks.
I
Okay, you guys go past, it's fine.
let's do this.
Our allies are being attacked.
I do what I want to do. Let's just see about that.
Just got that. There are still some tanks that'll be coming. I might just burrow for a couple of waves or something to let them past. I don't need to. Because now we're going to pull the last couple of tanks I have in the base. Is there a tank coming with us? No. Never mind. I'm going to have to let him go. Okay, and then with no tanks coming, the ranged units here will be able to kill anything that walks down the ramp. And we're just going to hold position for a while. They'll probably send everything eventually that they have. You go through.
Our allies are being attacked.
We have a little guys, but I don't know how cool we'll get through. I'm actually kind of curious, if Jim does have a supply cap, if he hits it, will he send all these units that he hasn't been using as attack waves, or will he just stop sending attack waves? Or will we get to a point where the only things he sends in attack waves are the little dudes, and they just kind of keep going through and we just build any more of the big guys?
Our allies are being attacked.
Definitely the easiest choke point to hold. There are some downsides. But overall, it's still building up. The one-at-a-time trickle of Zerglings is maybe not the most efficient. I'm realising it would probably take like 20 hours to actually build up enough units to fill enough to send them in here. And even if I did, really I should have came over here first and killed as much as I could, because I don't think they do very well against the Siege Breaker.
I know before you see it.
know how much 200 supply of units would be. I feel like he must have 200 supply units here, though. This is like a lot of dudes.
Our allies are being attacked.
Like, a lot of dudes. Ooh, okay, so he sent a chunk there. Is he going to rebuild these?
Our allies are being attacked.
He might be doing what I said and sending in the units from areas, which means he might end up sending everything. Which honestly, even though it's not enough to actually, like, you know, make me clear the second cell block, I'll do it just for the hell of it. At this point, I've given up on any sense of how long this stream is, or any sense of entertainment, not that there's much about to begin with. Did it just spawn, like, every time I walk in? Okay, I'm gonna have to wait here and
Our
probably
allies
monitor.
are being attacked.
Because there's 2 Quilgors, 3 Quilgors in
Our
total.
allies are being attacked.
And I think it's when the other group gets to, like, yep, they just appear. So I'm guessing they're not part of a unit cap then. So I can probably bring the game to a crippling halt via far too many units in the game. How many hours do I want to sit here for in order to try and clear these 2 cell blocks? Would it even work? Would they just chug up this way, or would they actually spread out in a way whilst trying to walk forward that they'd clear things? I'm very curious. I don't know if I want to leave this stream running for like 20 hours just to test that. That seems like a not streaming thing to test. That seems like a, you know, record it offline to see what happens, like, you know. I actually have a decent sleeping pattern at the moment. I'm not sure I want to stay here forever.
Our allies are being attacked.
I mean, that is an idea, Steve. I feel like that would work better, admittedly, if I was a big enough streamer that I was guaranteed to have people actually watching to tell me when something happened. And if I wasn't a very heavy sleeper who would almost certainly just sleep through anything that people could try and notify me with. I mean, I'm not as heavy a sleeper as I used to be, I guess, but...
Our allies are being attacked.
Clearly, it would be, you know, the ultimate subathon. You get to sit and watch this for hours. And what we do is we do it inverted. I won't stop making people watch this until... No, people can just tune out. That doesn't really work. The Zerglings, interestingly, are starting to get trapped here as well. Previously, they were all just squeezing their way through, but now they're actually starting to get kind of stuck. Like, this is definitely more than 200 supply.
Our allies are being attacked.
Like, especially when you account for all this stuff. What's going on here? These guys look like they've been in combat.
Our allies are
I thought
being
they generally sat all, like, curled up until they've actually attacked. But maybe not. I think I'm mistaken. I'll wait a bit longer. I am curious if it starts to spread out this way, although that's going to take a while.
Are being attacked.
Need a version of StarCraft that I can just make, like, run 5 times faster. Zerglings are still getting through. Just some of them are getting stuck.
Our allies are being attacked.
Wait, I don't see another wave after this one. Oh, no, there is. Oh, it's getting stuck itself, apparently, trying to get through. Obviously, I'm occasionally losing units as well, which doesn't help. I mean, the Zerglings, it really doesn't matter if they get through. Also, this is totally enough to win the game, so as soon as I'm done with whatever I'm doing, I'll finish it anyway.
Our allies are being attacked.
I like to have a trickle of Zerglings that squeeze through that are enough to usually kill some units and push up. They're not enough to actually do anything, so it's a complete stalemate. Yeah, killing the tanks off was the solution. In hindsight, considering it's just the Zerglings getting past and they wouldn't even push the bunkers, I probably should have gone and killed all the tech labs. To also lower the number of Marines coming in, just to make them do slightly less damage here. Because they are, as you see, killing some things. It's interesting that after all the jiggling, it seems like the Hydras get stuck at the back and the Quogor go to the front. They seem to have a high push priority. They just kind of smush their way through the Hydras.
Our allies are being attacked.
I mean, it's not entirely true. There are Hydras in here. I just realised I really shouldn't have had my actual character selected, because all that does is allow me to accidentally right-click in boredom and move him, which would then unleash the giant blob of units I've been building. But yeah, still just sending in waves of dudes. It would definitely take hours though. Like, clearing this one seems mildly plausible. Let's go with mildly plausible. This one does not. There's nowhere up here that I can block them. This is too wide of a choke. This wouldn't help because it's before there. So there's no way of me actually stopping them any earlier than where I am. And therefore I'd have to try and get this whole area. I'd have to fill up this whole cell block, fill up all of this, all the way back here, possibly all up here as well.
Are being attacked.
Yeah, basically feeling like most of the map. I feel like I'd probably crash the game before I actually got to that point. This one feels interestingly approachable in a roundabout way. Admittedly, if I do actually somehow manage to clear this one, it'll make him even more annoying.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
See, this is where what you want is a subcom style command console or cheat menu, so I could just, like, you know, just delete this unit, just be like, and it's gone.
Our allies are
Or just
being
teleport him, like, you know, here.
Our allies are being attacked.
I'd say I still find the fact that most people edge panning games like this really weird. Like, when I originally played RTSs, I used to, I was playing like Red Alert and stuff, so they had the whole right click and then drag thing, which I found fine. That was pretty cool. Now I just use WASD, which I know is a bit unconventional, but it feels so much easier being able to keep my control like in the middle rather than being like, oh, there's something like over here that I end up needing to select. I'm like, oh, I'm panning and I have to like come back down and then go over. It just feels awkward. I feel like I'd want like super high sensitivity,
Are being attacked.
but then it's not that accurate. But then again, I'm also not that good at games, so, you know, ignore everything I say about it.
Are being attacked.
Got a stack up of Marines here. I mean, it doesn't quite compare to my stack of units, but it is a stack of units. I wonder if on this mission normally, I wonder if Tosh is big enough to stop siege tanks and diamondbacks from things through here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Also, this bit be, if I manage to clear the first one, not the second one, this would be really easy as well, because these guys are huge, so they'd stack up nice and quick. Well, relatively speaking. I don't think this would be a quick process regardless of what I do. So, we've definitely confirmed the old Jimmy boy here is perfectly capable of having considerably more units than the unit cap allows. I was starting to wonder whether or not they'd given up moving because of it, but no.
Our allies
I don't think they're
are
supposed to
being attacked.
pause as much as they are doing now. I feel like they're getting a bit confused.
Our allies are being attacked.
They seem to walk a few paces and then stop and question their existence.
Our allies are being attacked.
Which is inclining me... Yeah, because you don't usually have two of the waves this close. Things are starting to break. StarCraft engine does not appreciate what I'm doing.
Our allies are being attacked.
Which is another great example of why there's no way in hell I could actually plug it up enough to fill that up. The engine would just die. StarCraft's engine is decent, but I have in the past, back when Wings of Liberty was present, played like the Nexus war game modes and stuff, and they bring the game to an absolute halt. I mean, it'd help if these guys just got a bit stuck and then stopped in, like, you know, some sort of orderly British queuing fashion. The fact that they jiggle around so much, I don't think is making the game any happier. Yeah, these two... We've gotten so backed up, these ones are literally just, like, standing on top of each other.
Our allies are being attacked.
They're stacking themselves now. I think you end up with more problems from this when I watch here. If you look, they seem to hitch
Our allies are
quite a
being
bit.
attacked.
Whereas I feel like they weren't really doing that too much when I was over here. I might be mistaken. We're literally getting a traffic jam now. But we are getting here. So this is really the question. I don't know if they're just going to back up here, or if because of the way they're all trying to push forward, it'll force them to spread out. And I don't know if that shooting at things will draw other ones nearby towards it. That's the real question. I'm just curious if I can get this last cell block, basically.
Our allies
And then be really annoyed at this ham security. Because I really can't figure out any way that I could possibly get to him.
Our allies are being attacked.
Because there's no way that me standing in the middle of this will stop even the Quilgors.
Our allies
I don't think.
are being attacked.
I mean, I'll go... I can't really test it. As soon as I leave this, I've won. I would go test it.
Our allies are being attacked.
I'm still impressed, honestly, that any of the Zerglings are managing to somehow wiggle their way through all of this. That takes some doing. I feel like he'd win if he just sent over Zerglings, actually.
Our allies are being attacked.
Maybe not. I don't know if they'd bunch up enough by the time they'd gotten past me. Oh, welcome to the club, guys. I feel like this was an attempt at selling me viewers, but it didn't go very well.
Our
Thank you, Steve.
allies are being attacked.
I was having someone else do that for me.
Our allies are being attacked.
I'm assuming they were trying to link something or whatever, I don't know, but I had a couple of those today. Well, okay. That makes a couple of those. Good job. See, I knew I made you a moderator for a reason. And it wasn't just a reward for making me laugh from quacks.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, the Zerglings alone definitely are nogging in it.
Our allies are being attacked.
There is. And the rare croak, which I always forget how many points I've set it at. I can never remember if I set it at 2 or 5. But yeah, I'll be honest, 5. I like how you remember. Yes, you are correct. It must have been 5. Oh, just 2. Not quack. I thought it would have quacked if it didn't croak. I'm sure I have it set so that anything... Oh! That's weird, it didn't quack for me. Well, it did ribbit for me though.
Our allies are being attacked.
We're getting somewhere. I mean, these guys are getting close down this way.
Our allies are being attacked.
Can't believe I've basically sat here for half an hour, I think, now to test this. But if this had been clear, and this is the only thing I had to do to make it work, but I'm not even going to actually get all the bonus objectives from doing this. The heck was that? Oh, that was the hydrate thing. Oh. Well, I need to go get more water to hydrate now. I've actually ran out. I've been sitting here for so long.
Our allies are
That is a new noise. I forgot that the things made noises. Be right back, I'm going to get water because I can't hydrate without it. And I finished my entire pint of water sitting here.
Our allies are being attacked.
And more water is required.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, well, I'm not actually using the... I can't remember which one it was I was using originally to make the sound effects. I'm just using Twitch's, like, inbuilt one they have, because... I mean, realistically, for how complicated I have my sound set up, it doesn't need to be an external one that can do all the fancy stuff. And because that one had broken for some reason, and I was being lazy about redoing it, I just noticed Twitch had an integrated one and decided to do it that way. Which I'm guessing is where the hydrate sound came from.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, this bit gets wider, so it's going to take a bit longer for them to actually, like, you know, spill over here. And we're definitely getting plenty of stuttery movement going on. Come on, boys, join the crowd.
Our allies are being attacked.
Imagine how horrifying it would be to be a Marine sent out and just seeing this through the gate. Kind of a bridge?
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if they'll actually spill out in the way I'm hoping they will. I think they will, because they almost work in a kind of fluid dynamic way, where they're just trying to get as far forward as they can. but I don't know whether or not they'll effectively spill over here before they spill over here. They might. Although my hope is that if they get far enough up here, what will actually happen is they'll get shot by the tank and that'll aggro them. I don't know whether they'll actually do very good fighting into a siege breaker, but, you know, I say that. I've seen them fight siege breakers before with a lot less units. I just need to see if the engine can actually handle continuing to move more reinforcements, because as you can see, they're starting to get a bit weird again. Felt like they briefly fixed themselves and now they've returned to their interesting movement nature.
Our allies are being attacked.
So basically I need to get something to here. If something hits this line, I'm hoping I can aggro it, pull a bunch, they'll come in here, and then we'll get these guys. Which theoretically, I suppose, if I was trying to actually get all the way back here, would add more units in that would help back it up even quicker. Still don't think that's very probable. I don't think it would fill up this bit, actually, even if we did go back, because the wet pushes back, they're all trying to go this way, so they wouldn't go into there, I don't think. I think they might come in like a bit, but I don't think it'd fill up the whole area. Much the same with this, I'm not sure if it will actually fill up like this part. I feel like it might end up just pushing that this way, but I really don't know. I'm not sure how StarCraft's pathfinding works in that regard. I know in general StarCraft has very good pathfinding, but well, this is a bit outside of what you might call the standard approach of anything.
Our allies are being attacked.
You know, I'm gonna... Huh? Just gonna try and unbind my dude. But sadly I can't. Just so I don't accidentally press the button and move him or anything random. I don't know if he has enough push priority if he moves slightly to actually get back into position. Okay, so now we're starting to get to a question. They do seem to be backing up more this way. Push it over a bit. Okay, we're still quite a way away from where we want to be, but we're heading in the right direction. That direction is backwards. I mean, it'd be like the world record for the longest time taken on this mission. Not that it really counts, because, you know, this isn't exactly the standard way to do this mission, like, because of the mobs anyway, but... Okay, we're definitely pushing out this way a bit. Although, to be fair, I don't think we're actually any further out than we were before, really. But that's alright, we've got a couple more groups coming in. Sort of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, so far, the game is holding up surprisingly well. Stream isn't dropping any frames.
Our allies are being attacked.
Sadly, I've not got an FPS counter, and I don't think I have the NVIDIA overlay enabled for it. Because I almost always play games on Steam, and it has its own FPS counter. So I don't know how the game is doing, but, well, the computer seems to be fine. Admittedly, the computer really should be fine. 30, 80, 12 gig and a 5800 X30, I think it is. 5800? I should really know that. And the trim box next to me will know. Yeah, 5800 X3. So, shouldn't really
Our allies are being
have too
attacked.
much of a problem with this, but you can never guarantee how things are going to go. At a certain point, it's just whether the engine can handle it rather than whether the computer can handle it. So, I've encountered with many games that the computer should surely be able to handle. At a certain point, the engine just gives up. Doesn't feel like it's getting any further back now, which is odd because yeah, it's just going somewhere. Although, like I said, this bit is quite a bit wider, so I guess it takes more Quilgore to pad out the area. This would have been a lot easier if I had something really... I mean, Quilgore are pretty damn big, but if I had, like, I don't know, Brutalisks or something. I don't know if it... Brutalisks might have just clogged up on their own. I don't know if... On their own. I don't know if it'd actually get through this gate anyway. So they might have just backed up of their own accord. I feel like they're not crossing this line very happily.
Being attacked.
Okay, no, we're getting pushed back this way a bit. Still gotta go all the way over to here, though.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, part of me keeps going, if this works, maybe I should wait and let it back all the way. And I'm like, that is so much further than how far I've gone so far. Like, I've gone a little bit of distance. This is a lot of distance, and like, this bit's so wide. And you've also got this bit you'd have to block up, and it takes so long just to kill one hammer security with 1 health.
Our allies are being attacked.
Well, you know. First things first, let's see if we can actually clear this bit. It's making me regret that I died in that earlier run where I partly cleared it myself, though, because it would have made it quicker if we do get to it, but... I think realistically, if I get over there, it should clear.
Our allies
The only
are
possible
being
way it
attacked.
doesn't is if we push into range, the siege tank shoots it and it doesn't aggro anything, and the siege tank just continually clears the units as fast as they get pushed into range. Which would have been a problem regardless, because I can't kill this siege tank. I can kill this one. I think I can kill everything here except the medic, the siege breaker, and I don't think I can kill the raven either. He keeps building medics that then get to retreat. I wonder how many medics he has up here at this point.
Our allies are being attacked.
Not that many, I was kind of expect. Well, it turns out he has infinite resources as well. That's actually an interesting question. Okay, you're not actually mining anything, are you?
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh no, they're taking one at a time. But then they also spawn units in, so I don't think it matters. I think this is definitely just for effect. Yeah, because we're also mining 1 gas at a time.
Our
Oh.
allies are being
Hello,
attacked.
how did you go there? Oh, something's happening. Oh, we have things happening, ish.
Our
We
allies
have
are being
things
attacked.
approaching the point where they might happen.
Our allies are
Oh,
being attacked.
come on, just go a little bit further along and get shot. Let's see if it makes you angry. Why are there so many Zerglings here? Is he just building Zerglings in his base? Oh, he is. He's literally just sitting here slowly building... I mean, I suppose theoretically, if I was trying to back up all the units, him having a slow infinite block of units here would speed up the process. This wouldn't help at all. But, you know, if I did decide that I am, in fact, not just fairly insane, as currently demonstrated, but completely insane, then sure, this is nice. Whilst the Lings aren't the best for taking up space because they're not trying to go forwards, it's alright. We keep getting close. Just need a few more blocks of dudes to smash their faces into the back of this train. Yeah, unless these Ravasors spawn... Ravasors, is that right? Yeah. Unless the Ravasors spawn really fast and are bigger than I remember them being, it wouldn't really get us to push back that quickly anyway.
Our allies are being attacked.
Come on, we're getting so close. I wonder what even happens if you completely fill this area. Do you just stop spawning Ravasors? Am I waiting for the other objective? Oh. I wonder if a siege breaker doesn't even shoot these. Like, if for some reason it's like coded in a way that... Because I feel like that should be in range. No?
Our allies are being attacked.
Is it coded in a weird way where it doesn't actually consider these enemies? I mean, it saved me a lot of time because they get to just end the mission. But that Hydra...
Our allies are being attacked.
It should definitely tickle a towel. Exactly. Just a little bruising of a bristle. Firing at the thorns, you know. It's getting too close.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh, come on. His whole head's over. If I did that, that siege breaker would have shot me. Which is making me think that it doesn't actually engage, which is a weird mechanic to have, considering how hard I'm demonstrating this is. And it would be... Oh, very good. I think the siege breaker is croaking at the sight of their numbers. Considering how hard it'd actually be to get Jim's forces to engage with the prison forces, it seems like a very weird... Also, it's just part of the New Folsom Security, which is, I believe, the same... Yes, the same faction, so... It can't be not hostile to these ones, but hostile to those ones. That'd just be really odd. Admittedly, game devs do some pretty weird things sometimes.
Our allies are being attacked.
It feels like it's slowed down so much, like it got to here. Well, not fast, but alright.
Are being attacked.
Really? Is it a vision thing? What's going on? Because that was definitely in range. Like, there's no doubt that that was in range.
Our allies are being attacked.
So it doesn't... That is... so strange. So there's some sort of special coding going on for the units here that are part of the same faction. They didn't just make it another faction that isn't hostile to Jim to avoid any... Oh, never mind. The AI is so confused. But it is fighting.
Our allies are being attacked.
We have things happening. It's reluctant, to say the least. But it does mean it'll work. And even if the siege tanks die, so they can't pull things, which for some reason they seem to be struggling on vision or something, I think. But it does mean if I keep filling it up, it will eventually actually clear this area. Which I feel like I now have to do because I've spent so long doing this that I feel like I'm committed. But hey, we have actual fighting going on for the first time in quite a while. Even though they kind of just want to leave and don't want to be there. I like how they're like, oh god, we're getting shot, we better fight back. But I don't really want to. Yeah, I'm impressed so far by how well the engine's handling this. Like, it's pretty fine. Interestingly, it seems smoother on the Twitch stream than it is on my screen. My screen, the frame rate is noticeably lowered. Whilst it is, I think, on the OBS window. I don't know how it is on the stream itself. But mine, when I pan around, like, it's not what I would call super smooth. Yeah, that seems like a pretty accurate assessment. But it does feel like they'll eventually get it, because they have moved in and attacked things, there's nothing in here that can repair them. And occasionally something like this happens. I like how this one decided he needed to run in and, like, you know, backstab the Marauder. Like... they are so confused.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh, we're getting the Raven. Oh, nearly.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh,
Now those
hey,
force of
we
freezing
can
busted
pull
the place
subjective.
wide open. Great job, Tosh.
And it works even if we don't clear it. See guys, technically this mission is doable with just a devourer in Tosh's place.
Our allies are being attacked.
They are a lot smaller than I was hoping it was going to be. I don't know why I thought it was going to be bigger than that. Wow, look, he's adding to the route. I wonder where he can even get to. Let's watch him try and wiggle his way through, shall we? How is your push priority, sir? He's doing okay. He's getting forward. The question is, did he get past me? Because he's pretty small, actually. I think he's smaller than Hydras are. I don't have lost him.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, I don't know where he went anymore.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, I'm just curious if I mean, we should see his shots at the front, because he has really long range. He has longer range than any of my other units. So we'll know when he gets fairly close to the front, because he'll start lobbing goop at the Marines and medics. I feel like he's in here somewhere. Oh, I saw him, he was here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Was that? Maybe? It's quite rough on your eyes looking at this, isn't it? Yeah, I've not seen him for a little bit now. Sonic needs a haircut, yeah. Is he Sonic or is he more like Shadow, you know? It's kind of like black and red. There's a little one Sonic, because he's blue. Okay, he's still not too far forward because he's not fighting yet. So we've at least assessed he hasn't made it to the front. wherever he is. Because he does have more range than the other guys. He's got 9 range. But it'd still have to be like here or something, I think, to actually be able to get shots off. Yeah, the bonus area makes units constantly. Very slowly, though. No, it constantly builds units, just at a slow rate. So one just went out, see? We'll wait here and see when the next one comes.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are
Oh,
being
there.
attacked.
So it seems like it's taken like maybe a minute for each one to come out. Maybe every 30 seconds at best. Has he gotten close to the front yet? Are we going to see any shots from him? Oh, yep. Aha, here he is. That's the other thing. They're smaller, so they wiggle to the front. And whilst they are effectively, therefore, pushing back other units, they're not, you know... They're not as bulky as I was hoping they'd be. So, it's taken in-game 2 hours and 38 minutes. On stream, I'm up to nearly 3 hours. Obviously, I already did one mission. Yeah, that is true. The problem is, they actually are ground fire long-range artillery. So whilst it's fine like this when the Zerglings are holding them still, they actually miss moving targets constantly. And they don't actually do that much damage. Like, they are actually really quite bad. Like, 30 damage at 3 speed. These guys do 26 damage at... Like, they fire basically 3 times as fast, do almost as much damage. And they can hit air and ground, and they don't miss. So, the answer is, I can do this. The question is, should I really spend, what, at least 2 hours more of my life to kill this man? Phone call, 1 second.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Our being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. being attacked.
Okay, well, I've returned, and in the meantime, I saw one of the Hydralisks escaped. Although, weirdly, he seemed to escape, but then tried to get back in again, so that was a little odd. I haven't actually decided whether or not I'm trying to fill up this bit. It seems like a task and a half. At this point, I don't know if I'm, like, committed, if you know what I mean. We're definitely... It's interesting this seems to be mostly the Quilgor that's spilled into here. The Hydras don't seem to have been pushed back this way too much.
Our allies are being attacked.
There's a Hydra dude here who's actually mostly just chilling. He's not too dancy. I think we can safely confirm at this point that the Zerglings cannot, in fact, yes, do it. You just want to see me suffer.
Our allies are being attacked.
I mean, okay, so this bit's going to take a while to fill up, and sadly it does seem like it's going to need to fill up. This bit's going to go pretty fast, actually. Well, pretty fast. Relatively fast up to here, because the Zerglings are taking up so much space.
Our allies are being attacked.
And this is just going to be miserable. Luckily, it won't need to fill up this whole bit, I think, because of how it'll spill. I'm not certain. This Marauder is annoying me, though. And it would be kind of fun to complete the mission without having to, like, miss. The stupid thing is, I don't even need this Burns objective. It's 25,000 credits. I'm just being stubborn.
Our allies are being attacked.
Wow, the Quilgors in here seem to be filling up quickly. Which is surprising, but not a bad thing. Also, they seem to have gotten less dancy in here. They just thought, oh, I guess we live here now. We have a lot of artillery at the front, because the Ravasors seem to be able to wiggle their way forwards quite well. But yeah, the Zerglings are never going to clear this area. Which is technically a good thing if they had been clearing it. To be fair, they would have come up against a planetary. Although, you know, theoretically, eventually they'd kill it.
Are being attacked.
See, it would have been better if it had been the other way around. These guys being at the front would have filled it up really quick. The giant Earthstones are, in fact, rather large. Who would have thought? Yeah, it really does seem to be Quilgor getting pushed out here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Can you tell that the patrols are starting to break? There's 3 of them basically just outside the base. This could be the biggest problem for me actually doing this. I might have to fill the map up from the back instead of from the front. Assuming it doesn't just stop spawning units entirely or just completely crash.
Our allies are being attacked.
Although, being fair, like I said, I used to play Nexus Wars, and you'd get probably about this many units on the map sometimes. And the game never crashed. I never had it crash from playing that. It just got really slow. But like slow, like laggy slow, I guess, like low frame rate. It's very different to Supreme Commander, where, other than like desyncs and stuff, the game doesn't tend to crash for the most part. It just gets slow because it slows the sim speed down. As far as I've generally experienced, StarCraft doesn't really do slowing down sim speed, it just does slowing down frame rate. And I feel like it therefore maybe will be more likely to crash completely at a certain point.
Are being attacked.
Although I know StarCraft's engine is supposed to be very robust. Oh, darn it, they can fit in here as well. That means I have to fill up this stupid cage too. I was hoping to be too fat to fit through the door.
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, so if we're going to actually do this, should we take some bets? Do we have to fill this platform? Basically, when you get up to here, you've got the entranceway. But effectively, they're trying to spill backwards, so that's pushing them forwards. Do we have to fill the platform up? I don't know. For this bit, when we get to it, are they going to kind of get to here and push straight over? Are they going to sort of fill all the way up to here before they start pushing in there? We literally just need one of them to come in and take a single shot of this stupid hammer security. Also, I realise I really need to save this as I go along, because if it crashes, then we have a distinct problem. Yes, fill all the holes. There are many things I could say in response to that, some of which would not get me banned from Twitch. I mean, oh, we got another escaping Hydras. Don't know how that happens occasionally. It's slightly worrying, because if the Hydras start escaping, it's going to take a lot longer to do this. Although I think that's the second one I've noticed escape, so it's not exactly a frequent thing, and I'm not about to try and adjust my unit positioning to solve this problem. It's interesting, because the blue is where the Hydralisks are, and the kind of goldy colour is... Technically there's blue underneath it as well, because the blue is Jim's colour, but the gold marks are because the Quilgor Alphas are actually part of a mission in Heart of Swarm. So it's interesting that this area is almost all Quilgors. For whatever reason, the way they've jiggled around has pushed all the Quilgors back there, even though before... Quilgors were all at the front and the Hydras were at the back, but now if you look, it seems like the Hydras have managed to wiggle their way forwards, and more of the Quilgors have gone back. I don't know why this has changed. The only thing that happened was that the Ravasors are now here, so it seems somehow the Ravasors pushing their way to the front has completely changed the dynamic, and now, I guess, whatever way the Ravasors wiggle has made the Quilgors get pushed backwards by the Hydralisks. I mean, it's completely unimportant information, but it's mildly interesting. Yeah, this bit is slowing us down a lot, having to fill up this pen here. And also just the fact that the units are struggling to actually get up to me. Oh. Was he just taking a break? This one's stopped building.
Our allies are being attacked.
Thankfully this one's still going, and this is the one that actually matters. This one just seems to have given up. These ones never burn anything anyway, they just spawn shit over here.
Our allies are being attacked.
I really found it amusing that at one point he built a bunch of supply depots. Even though he clearly doesn't rely on supply.
Our allies are being attacked.
I feel like this is a weird video game version of, you know how if you get enough humans really densely packed in crowds, they actually start to act like a fluid. Where you get like ripples and waves, and like how just the movement of the crowd works starts to actually work on basically fluid dynamics. This is kind of the same principle, except like fluid dynamics, but you know that I think it's ferrofluid, they're like magnetic-y stuff when you run like a current or put oh no, it's ferrofluid when you put sound waves through it, when you sit on top of like a subwoofer where they go all like weird and spiky and stuff. That's the kind of fluid that we're representing here, I think. Yeah, this bit's just not getting any further back. It seems like it's definitely prioritising filling up this bit first. Which is interesting, because I would have thought they'd kind of push back together and it gets slowed down by this bit. but it seems like it's completely putting all the units into there. Like, this bit hasn't really gone back at all since they started spilling into this area. I guess it's because they're trying to push like more to the left, so they're kind of coming to here, and leftwards is closer to where they're trying to go, so then they're spilling back this way.
Our allies are being attacked.
This is a really interesting test of how long I can talk about what is, I was going to say an interesting topic, but basically just not a topic. Like, I'm literally talking about the fluid dynamics of 3D models in a video game, depending on its particular engine, and just watching this general seizure occur. They look like parasites. I mean, to be fair, they are Zerg. Well, I guess the Quaggas aren't. The Hydras are Zerg, which are basically like a parasite. I mean, these Hydras specifically are Primal Zerg. There's a great demonstration that Primal Zerglings are really weak. Like, armored medics just healing each other can just tank like a full group of Zerglings, basically.
Our allies are being attacked.
That's interesting as well. We've filled up this way faster than we've filled up this way. We're not really backing up back here. These guys are just waiting. If you actually look, there's like space in here. Maybe we are backing up a bit. My self-awareness is funny. Yeah, it feels like we got to here pretty, like, reasonable speed. It took a long time to get to here. This bit seems to have filled up fairly quickly, but we're not making any real progress in the direction we actually want to go. Which is making me worry even more that we're going to get here and they're going to back into here.
Our allies are being attacked.
In theory, like, when they're here, that might be constituted as, like, closer to where they're trying to go, and they might fill up this bit, which is going to take ages again.
Our allies are being attacked.
Luckily, they're still building lings down there. They're ready to just go up here. If I could just run all of these Zerglings forwards, but not into the enemy, but if I could just run all these Zerglings into here and kill this stupid marauder. I guess I should save again. I'm just doing this because if I get, like, if it crashes, there's a chance it's not going to crash every time, but there's a distinct chance of it crashing from doing this, I feel like. This is, I like how I'm literally going to ruin my sleep pattern because of this. Also, whilst I'm behind on uploading my VODs, I don't know what I do for uploading this. Well, it's going to take a long time. I mean, I've done like 7-hour uploads before, and I'm really hoping this doesn't go on for another 4 hours. Anyway, I'm literally just gonna mute myself now and do a Duolingo lesson because this is totally going past midnight. So, back in a second.
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, well that's done. Let's see if I've made any tremendous progress. This looks a bit fuller.
Our allies are being
This area has not changed. Well, kind of changed. Technically, this bit looks really full, but I don't think it's actually really full. Yeah, it's just units getting confused about their pathing and getting very delayed, and like there's not supposed to be like 20 groups. Well, I mean, 2 million groups, but there's not supposed to be like 20 groups like this close to each other on the walkway. I think everyone's just getting a wee bit confused about where they're supposed to be going.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
That one made me jump because I wasn't even looking at the screen.
Allies are being attacked.
Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Our allies are being
Why is my brain wondering what the fastest way to do this would have been? Like, what units would have been optimal for this strategy? The answer is a unit that can attack so that I didn't need to use this strategy. But which tier unit? One unit would have been best because, you know, it would have... Guessing you got to be affiliate to be able to set up the sound alerts.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh, I don't know. I am affiliate, so I'm not partner or anything, but yeah, I'm not sure. Well, of course, no, I'm still not sure. You would be for bits, because I don't think you can get bit donations without being affiliate. Same as subs, I think, because you don't have the payout information until you get affiliate. But I don't know for the, like, you know, the hydrate and stuff.
Our allies are being
Yeah,
attacked.
bits are only for affiliate plus, but I don't know about, like, the hydrate and stuff, because you can get those when you're not affiliate. Everyone gets those, I believe. So, they might... You might be able to do the sound effects. I don't know. Twitch's own version of them was only enabled basically after I had affiliate, so I'm not certain. Not that I would have affiliate based on my current, like, you know, average viewer count. Oh, another escape hydrant. Still don't know how they get through occasionally. I feel like either they should just be... Oh, oh. I feel like... Oh dear. We're starting to lose more hydras. Well, that's not ideal. I mean, it's not the end of the world, because there's no way the Quilgore are getting through. They are far too fat. Interestingly, they're trying to run back into the blob of things. Not what I was expecting. What am I doing down here? Oh, I'm starting to fill up the extra pen. This kind of looks like we've actually backed up a bit into here. Not just waiting to squidge our way into the pen. Yeah, I think these ones might... I think, not these ones. I think these ones might legitimately be here. So we've at least started progressing backwards. You know, the direction of progress. Okay, this barracks has also given up.
Our allies are being attacked.
The channel points. Not sure. I think for affiliate +2. Oh.
Our allies
I honestly
are being
don't remember now. It's been a while. I didn't think you had to be for channel points, but I may well be mistaken. This hammer security is like my
Our
nemesis, basically, at
allies
this
are being
point.
attacked.
Should we do the sad thing and be like, hey, if it takes me 4 hours to kill this guy, if I had gone and worked a minimum wage job, I would have got like 50 quid instead of
Our
waiting for
allies
this
are
guy to
being
die.
attacked.
Still losing occasional hydras when they're getting squished into the front like this. Starting to be more of a problem. Again, losing the hydras isn't the worst thing, but
Our
well, there's a
allies
lot of
are being
hydras in there.
attacked.
If we start losing them quite consistently, it becomes a bad thing. Before they were getting kept away from the front by the Quilgors. The other thing is, if somehow we get enough of them through here and they manage to push forward, they might just win. No, there is no... Well, there are cheats in this game, but I don't think there's any cheat that
Our
just, like,
allies are being
destroys a
attacked.
single unit or anything like that. So, I am stuck here. They're all stuck
Our
here too.
allies are being attacked.
I'm sorry, that was terrible. I'm gonna laugh when I move my dude out of the way at the end of this, right? And they've somehow gotten so twisted up that they just don't go anywhere and they're stuck anyway. I mean, it wouldn't actually be the end of the world. The Zerglings still go forwards. I could totally get in here with my actual dude and kill off all the buildings and stuff anyway, but it would be amusing. If after blocking up this many units, I literally couldn't actually get them to attack anything. No, they still actually haven't stopped here, have they? They were just waiting to back into here still. It was just taking them longer than before. Oh well, it's starting to get full up now. I like how it's starting to push around the, you know, random, just static ones. Well, supposed to be static ones. Because I don't think you're supposed to be able to push those, actually. Because before, when they were first getting pushed in here, they were getting squished around the edge of them and these guys weren't moving. Now these guys are just getting shunted all over the place. Yeah, we're definitely starting to leak more hydras now. And I feel like I'm starting to leak more frame rate.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, it seems like we're just not going to like, it looks like, oh wow, look, we're back to here. We're really not. These guys are just still waiting to push things into here. I think until this is actually full, we're not going to make any progress. Ugh. Yeah, just to be clear, as soon as this mission is done, I'm going to bed. Since I got back from being on holiday, I've actually kept a decent sleeping pattern. And I don't want to completely ruin it for this, so I'm really hoping this doesn't take more than like another hour. I mean, I'd like this to be done now, but you know.
Our allies are
I expect it's going to take longer, but we'll see. This is so fucking... You're the one that told me to go for it. I mean, I started it, I admit, but...
Our allies are being
And you've maintained the magical superpower of just turning off the stream and doing something else or going to bed. I'm one stuck here. I mean, I have the magical superpower of actually turning off the stream entirely, but, you know. And this is the music's just gone away, right? We're just on ambient music now. Well, the game was listening to me. Shouldn't have music again.
Our allies are being attacked.
I'm not missing this hellhole. I mean, I think we've probably built up enough units that we might be able to win after we, like, you know, unblock the plug hole. Just a hunch. This might work. Oh wait, I need to save again. Need to remember to keep saving. Since my last save was like an hour ago. In real time.
Our allies are being attacked.
As a point of reference, when I last saved, I think it was just before we cleared the cell block, so we were up to like here. So in the past real-time hour, we've managed to mostly fill up this and get a tiny bit further along here. This is going to take a long time. I was being very optimistic at the start when I... No way, I was being optimistic at the start of this. Originally, I was like, oh, this mission is going to take like 2 hours to do with the Defiler. It wouldn't have. I think I would have completed this in probably about an hour. I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours in-game time. The in-game clock is not accurate. As you'll notice, it ticks faster. For some reason, basically, it's what people refer to as Blizzard time. Or StarCraft time, I forget. Essentially, the speed that everyone actually plays on is the fastest speed. But normal speed, I believe, goes at 1 second per second. Fastest speed is faster. So rather than just things moving faster, they just made the clock go faster. Which I guess is so that when units are like, oh, it takes 30 seconds to build, it doesn't take different amounts of time depending on what game speed you're playing on. It just takes... Well, it takes a different real amount of time, but it doesn't say it takes a different amount of time. So essentially, like, a Marine will always take, I don't know, 30 seconds or whatever it is. Those 30 seconds are actually different, but as far as the game's concerned, they're the same, I suppose. I'm a little worried about how few Hydras it might actually take to push up here and clear. I feel like the enemy is slowing down, it pushes out too, and more Hydras are getting pushed out. The Hydras don't seem to want to go forward to clear, so maybe I shouldn't be too worried.
Our allies are being attacked.
Fuller in here, there's still definitely some space. I see some guys walking around like vaguely living creatures, not like this. I'll go for the game would be more performant if I turned off the health bars.
Our allies are being attacked.
I don't know why that looks really weird compared to before. Doesn't really feel much more performant either, but somehow it looks stranger. Is that just me? I think with the health bars on, it made it look more video gamey. I mean, it looks very video gamey, but now it looks more bizarre and writhing. Wait, did some of these guys move forwards? Oh, there's a lot of these guys. Have these guys been, like, wiggled forwards in some weird way?
Our allies are being attacked.
I don't feel like they're trying to go forwards. They're just getting pushed around. How are we doing anyway? No, we literally have, like, 20 groups of dudes who aren't managing to walk forwards. How about I just go look at the dark? Will things walk faster then? Does the game feel less stressed by what's going on? I don't know how StarCraft's rendering prioritizes, but... Hey look, Marauders blinking in and out of existence on the map because it's so confused. If he actually blinked out of existence, this could end. I feel like the game is struggling with sound effects at this point. Anyway, it doesn't seem to make a difference, so I'm going to put them back on because I just feel happier this way. Yeah, don't know why, the health bars just make me feel better.
Our allies are being attacked.
The other option, of course, is to turn down the graphics. I wonder if that'd help things, you know, run a bit smoother if they weren't all on. What happens if I just go live? It's my crush game. Are we gonna walk any smoother?
Are being attacked.
No. Maybe. I don't know. No, this doesn't seem to be doing anything different. Are we nearly there yet? Well, I turned on the graphics to see if it helps anything performance-wise. I'm not honestly sure it did. Feels decidedly more like an engine dying situation than it is anything else. I'm a little bit worried about all the Zerglings that got squished into here that didn't seem to want to be in here. If they were getting pushed out and then suddenly decide to actually attack, they might actually do something.
Our allies are being attacked.
The biggest problem we're having here is the actual reinforcement waves are getting a bit confused. Like there's 2 of them here. 1 here, 1 here.
Our allies are
wait.
being attacked.
3 here in total. 1, 2, 3 here. Another 2 there. 2 more, another 1. And then a few more that look like they're part of the thing, but as demonstrated, when they actually start walking, they're not. It's not this far back yet. It's still up here because it's still trying to fill up this area. You hate the turned down graphics. Okay, we will return the graphics to their previous maximums. Everything as high as it goes.
Our allies are being attacked.
There we go. We are back again. To our glorious slideshow. I'm impressed that the stream has not dropped any frames yet. Now we get the grand battle of... Oh no, never mind, I thought we could have a battle of medics and Zerglings, but... Oh. Hello. How did you get up here? He seemed to come from this way. Did he spawn over here? Has it gotten so congested that they're just spawning up here now? That was very strange. Did he get pushed up the cliff? Sure what happened there.
Our allies are being
I'd really rather they not start getting pushed through too though. bad enough for Hydralisks. We don't need to have to fill this area with literally just Quilgore. I mean, if we could just stop everything spawning except for Quilgore and replace it with more Quilgore, then yeah, sure. But based on the current functionality of the game, I would rather not have to just do exclusively Quilgore. Feels like we haven't made any progress for a while now. This is so weird, yeah. Look, how's... Okay, I didn't catch that. I'm gonna have to stay over here and wait to see what's going on.
Our allies are being attacked.
I actually think they genuinely might be like spawning over here or something weird. Because it's like the nearest place they can technically spawn at that's a valid spawn. Yeah. What?
Our
Okay,
allies are
that's
being
new.
attacked.
I mean, it's not helpful because they're now in front of the place that I'm trying to push them back to, but it's interesting. Could be a problem. Might literally win me the game and also lose me the game, if you get what I mean. Since I'm accidentally spawning siege units at the front now. And they do outrange, I believe, the bunkers. Not sure about planetary, but they don't have any engineers and they don't have the repair drones. So I can't, like, you know, kill them. Like, the enemy buildings will take attrition damage, basically. It seems like it's not consistent, though, because I'm pretty sure another one should have spawned by now. Right? So it seems like sometimes they're spawning over here accidentally because they can't figure out a spawn place, but sometimes they manage to find somewhere in that mess to spawn. Broken the game. Yeah, pretty much. The game was not designed to do this. It always feels so disheartening when it's been so long, and yet it hasn't really progressed much because this has taken up so many units. Like, this is probably as many units as, like, this entire area has been sank into just filling up the cell block. Which does seem to be full now, so these do seem to be starting to pile up now, which is nice, but it's probably taken me like 40 minutes to fill up the cell block, which is a bit of a drag. Because there's a long way to go. And again, the guys that I kind of need to come over here and actually do stuff are struggling. That's how far they're moving per time they try to move, and these guys are going in the wrong direction now. There is some progress occasionally. I mean, if they want to all crowd here and just, you know, squish themselves up there on their own, that's fine. These ones seem to manage to keep moving. These guys are all like, oh no, it's too hard, I can't figure out what's going on, we need to stand still. And these guys are all like, blah, 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 blah. Fucking Murlocs. But if these guys would all just stand still, and if these guys would all just keep walking, that'd be dandy. the Zerglings and stuff that usually stuff up here have gone. Oh, is there actually a limit to how many units they'll send? We might have no, was he there a second ago? I could say we might have actually ran out of more units to send. This might actually be impossible. Because it's gone and sent all the remaining, like, Zerglings and stuff. I did wonder why we had a bunch of Zerglings in here somewhere. I'm not seeing any attack waves at the moment. So we might have actually hit the ultimate limit of what the game can do. So this might be impossible, I'm afraid. That is sad. Annoying as well, because we've got so many wasted units up here. Well, I like how they're actually starting to, like, they're actually mining out. Bear in mind, there's thousands on these, and they're modified in a way where the dudes are only mining one per trip. Oh, yeah. See? They're actually mining. Oh, dear. Interestingly, the AI, even though it's really not designed to mine out on this mission, did reallocate its workers after it mined out the gas. But yeah, there's not been any new waves. It's fascinating that there's a limit, but this is the limit. Why can it go this high? I mean, at this point, you know, I may have failed in getting the stupid Marauder, but I've got to at least let everything, like, bunch up, right? Because, well, I feel pretty committed now. Well, I wanted them all to group up, but we're kind of having a hard time with the fact that they're not really. I like how everyone else just went off and these guys were like, oh, we're just gonna stay. Doing stuff. I was gonna say, I wonder if it will keep sending everything it can, but it's not sent this one guy. But he might be stuck. Looking at him, actually, I don't think he can get out. So I'm curious. Do you think they'll send all these Zerglings eventually? When they just can't send anything else? It's annoying. It has backed up quite a long way now. Although, as demonstrated, it's not as far backed up as you might think it is. See, if I had a second unit and I could have just, like, stuck it in there, and then had all these units going back this way, or just had a unit that could actually attack. This is like the... I can't think of the correct word, but the biggest anticlimax, where this has gone on for literal hours and it's not going to work because the game apparently does in fact have a limit, which isn't surprising considering the units and buildings on the minimap are literally flicking in and out of existence because it has no idea what it's doing anymore. I also like how they're literally oversaturated on minerals now. I wonder if he mines out all the minerals, which it looks like he will do before this gas. Will he just send everyone onto the gas? I'm not waiting around to find out, just to be clear. This is taking a long time. Mining out the 1,000 minerals on this at this speed will take a very long time. The game is definitely somewhat broken because you can see that the AI has stopped sending units at us. I think we've literally hit the entity limit for StarCraft. Oh, we will. Oh, there is an entity limit for StarCraft. I'm sure I've seen this on streams before, especially on, there's a Heart of Swarm mission where you get a bunch of banelings, and I've seen modded versions of that that have resulted in like more units, and it just kind of breaks the game. So yeah, I think we've literally hit the entity limit. Which may or may not mean it's actually impossible to finish the mission, because when you get to the entity limit, things can get a bit weird, as far as I'm aware. It's a shame, we got pretty far back. I mean, realistically, we're like here, we're not actually up here. So, the question is, we know we can't do this now. Do I stand aside now, or do I need to wait for this very slow shuffle to get these last couple of dudes forwards? And then to check whether or not it will in fact send these zerglings. So to be clear, I'm still going to go back after this and redo this mission with something really strong, just for the catharsis of having done so. So, any thoughts? Do I let the mission end now because we know it's not going to work, or do I continue waiting just so that it is literally as many units pushed forward as possible? I mean, they are still occasionally moving. But yeah, there's not spawned anything in quite a while now. This dude's just stuck. Is just continuing to slowly mine away. The somewhat amusing thing is, even if he died now, we wouldn't actually be able to get any Ursidons spawned, because there's no unit cap. Part of the issue is that we've stopped sending in the Zerglings as well, so the Zerglings aren't dying, so there's just units. Part of me wants to just burrow and then unburrow really quickly and see what happens. See how many units go through, see just what generally happens. Which I guess I could do by saving. Okay, so we're gonna... Okay, so not a lot happened there. They only actually got really one core go through. Which obviously has no real effect on anything. Oh, although these guys did manage to move forward for I don't think that was related. I think that was just coincidental. But I like how so many dudes pushing through here constantly is literally like scattered Zergling defenders along here. Look, they're so close. There's a Zergling. Look over that way. There's a tasty snack. I do like how in context, whilst these are supposed to be vehicles and these guys are supposed to man them, in context we have one Marauder on 1 HP sitting here, and all these giant Earthstones are like, oh no, we better be good and not cross him.
Open your mind.
Okay, I think it might be about time that we moved. Zerglings aren't coming forward. These guys are all basically here. Interesting. He did try to build again, but he can't physically, he can't build the unit because there's no space for it to go into.
Out with it.
Okay, we let through one dude. Let's see what he does. Oh no, he's given up. Oh! Oh, look at him go! I was curious if killing a few things of the enemy would... So yeah, we have hit the entry limit, because when we killed a couple of things, we then managed to spawn a couple of things. Yeah, look, we've only really filled up to the barracks. We've literally spent like an hour and we've not really moved anywhere because this has consumed all of our units. The 2 Quilgor here are not enough to form another wave to come visit us, so not that makes a difference. Okay, I'm going to save just because Primal unit limit. Okay, we're gonna move.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
And see what happens.
Just see about that.
See if there's even enough pathfinding left in the game to figure out how the hell it's gonna resolve this.
Let's do this. I do what I want to do.
Funny thing is, I suspect the answer is a few of these are going to come in and basically kill everything, and most of this is not going to get to go forward because the choke point is still pretty tight, really. She's doing a decent job. The flood is commencing. like how they just sort of masked up random medics and stuff. Yeah, I feel like the pathfinding's gotten pretty confused. They're mostly pushing out here, I think, because there's just space. Interestingly, these guys have more of a knack for the pathfinding, which works because, well, they can actually just outrange planetaries. Well, I can't kill that anyway, so... How are we doing? Playing Hardus coming out, Buggles.
Our allies are being attacked.
I've got saves, so it doesn't matter, but it's just funny. Also, oh, that Raven that didn't die got enough energy to use a Seeker Missile and Seeker Missile me.
Our allies are being attacked.
This is not the save I was looking to load into. What happens when we load into this save? Will it crash? Will it be fine? What happens? Well, we still appear to be at the unit limit. It's not gone and magically found more ability to do stuff.
Damn street. Let's do this. Maybe yes.
Okay, note to self, cannot get away with doing that. Anyway, at this point, it really doesn't matter what I do. We're gonna win. It's essentially, well, it's essentially impossible to lose, he says, after technically losing twice from getting shot by tanks and stuff. Well, that wasn't tanks. That was there a tank there? I think I'll tank up here.
Damn street. I do what I wanna do.
Yeah, tank and Raven.
Let's just see about that.
Raven there too.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Let's do this. Let's just see about that. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Do-do-do-do.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
I tried to use Dark Swarm myself there to stop myself from... we hit the entity limit, Steve. It stopped spawning things to run into the back of it. I should have saved myself a few hours by remembering that there's an entity limit in StarCraft. But yeah, so it's drained the base and not spawning anything anymore. This is the limit of units it gives more, which to be fair is impressive in and of itself. That is a lot of units. Most RTSs would not be happy with this number of units. Like, sure, games like Supreme Commander or whatever, you can have like multiple people with like 1,000 units or whatever, but that is definitely the exception, not the rule, right?
Just see about that. Damn straight. Let's do this. Yes, maybe no. I do what I wanna do. I mean, let's just see about that. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how many games can handle as many units as Subcom has, to be honest. Although, interestingly, I was playing a little, tower defense-y kind of game, a demo called Idun, not sure exactly, IDUN, and it has a stupid amount of units.
Our allies are being attacked.
I know it before you see it. Let's do this.
When I say a stupid amount of units, I mean like there's a 5-minute mission and the score screen shows that there were, what was it, 1 missions? I think it was, I can't remember if it was 5 or 7 minutes long, and you had 28,000 enemies that spawned against you. So there are definitely games that will happily have a lot of units.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this.
No one can walk around the back of these, but
Are being attacked.
no, the giant Echelons aren't technically units. They're actually stand-ins for vehicles. I can hit them. I can try and hit them if I ever get the resources.
Our
Kind of funny how only this many units have gone forward and the only things actually attacking are the Ravstores. Well, we've got April go up there. Siege tank is doing his best. But yeah, you see, it goes red when it's got a target. These are actually targets. It's a Reaper, I guess.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
Ah,
Just a nightmare on all of us, Raynor. Heaven help you now.
And the walls come tumbling down.
mission time 4 hours. Enemy units killed 2,700. Okay, so whilst the answer is I should be going to bed, what I'm going to do is go replay that mission with a brokenly not appropriate unit just to make myself feel better about that situation. I'm first time going to look at it in the mission archives just for a laugh. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay, so we're gonna save that. And then we're gonna load, choose a side. Okay, so what is the most interestingly broken unit we can do? To keep the theme, what I want to do is... That's the most broken unit I could get. Do we just go as broken as possible? I can't think of anything that would be more busted than a Tal'Darim mothership that's invisible. I was gonna go for the Primal Guardian, but you know what? For this special occasion, let's grab a Tal'Darim mothership and just end the world. So this is just as a complete reversal of fates. This should be extremely quick. And I'm basically just doing it to make myself feel better.
Talk is cheap. It's just with my cloaking abilities, I can take out all these guards. They'll never see me. Yes, maybe no. That turret across the bridge. It can see me and alert its allies if I get too close, even with my stealth. I can use a psionic explosion to take out groups of marines. A trick I call Mind Blast. Let's do
Not enough minerals.
damn straight.
This is not actually the Tal'Darim mothership I was thinking of. I'm pretty sure there's a stronger version of it,
Hang in
but...
there, Tosh. My boys are moving in to back you up.
Remember,
Yeah, I can create units, I just don't have any resources.
and I'll do the rest. Let's do this. I do
Our allies.
It also self-heals. And can cloak things.
Our allies are being attacked.
Shame it doesn't do workers.
Our allies
Yeah.
are being attacked.
Although, we probably still have the same problem of having no resources. Surprisingly, its damage output is not that high. Like I said, this is not actually the Tal'Darim mothership I was thinking it was.
Being attacked.
But, you know what? It'll do.
Our allies are being attacked.
Do...
Good work, Tosh. We're pushing on toward the front line.
Our allies are being attacked.
When I need energy, I can use consumption to get more. Just steal a little life from an ally. The more life they have, the more energy. It don't hurt.
This part will be satisfying.
Let's do this. It's just
Tosh, you're nearing the first military cell block now. Releasing the prisoners might buy us some allies.
Our allies' base is under attack.
It's not quick, because this thing does not attack quickly. But it is still satisfying. That was satisfying.
Nice work, Tosh. Freeing those prisoners will really help us out.
Are being attacked.
Now we get to actually have the Ursidons help us.
Our allies are being attacked.
Wait, did you just give up on building that? Pretty lazy. Hey, I heard you got cloaks. Yeah, this thing actually heals fast enough, but I'm not really too worried about taking damage on it.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
You're close
Let's
to the
just go over
second
here and release
military
these guys,
cell
shall we?
Tosh. Feel like making some new
Cool, they'll
friends?
figure themselves out.
Don't you worry about us, Tosh. We'll keep them busy while you free the prisoners. We're rolling now. Keep them busy while we establish our forward position.
Being attacked.
Yeah, he just builds tons of these dudes, but never actually sends them in. Although having the... See, this is why I really wish I'd gotten these. They would have made the last mission so much easier because they have 600 health and 45 damage.
Bust this place wide
Good
open.
frontline tanks.
Great job, Tosh.
I do what I want to do.
Our allies are being attacked.
Tosh, we got a nuke ready for launch. Paint a target. Just don't call the strike in too close.
I'm not sure, but strictly speaking, these guys really need a nuke.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
think this is harder than the first one. Ah, silly mate. To be fair, this is probably not much easier than actually just doing it with Tosh.
Our allies are being attacked. 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 Our allies are being attacked.
So we can just kind of casually drift across here.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
Will I die? Yes. No.
Our allies are being attacked.
Might die to this. Well, I got down to 3 HP. Due to Raven spam. Yeah, I think I'm actually making this harder than it is with Tosh. Having like the nukes and stuff makes this bit so easy.
I do what I wanna do. Damn.
Our allies are being attacked.
You've had enough Ravens, thank you.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
No mobile detection, so if we just sit here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Ooh, this one might get me. Nope.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies not enough minerals.
Oh. That is a much easier way to play.
Our allies are being attacked.
Okay, anyway, on that note, guys, I am going to leave it there. It is 12:30. I've been live for 4.5 hours. This was dumb.
Free, my brothers and sisters.
I'm a bit disappointed it didn't work. I'm kind of relieved it stopped working, so I didn't have to spend another 2 or 3 hours for it to actually succeed. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. That's about it. Oh, jeez. Thank you for joining me for this stupidity. It would have been much worse if I didn't have people to talk to, so I appreciate accompanying me for this, whatever it was. Take care. I'll catch you, hopefully I'll catch you next, actually no, I won't be here next Sunday. Again, as I said, this month has been very busy. I will catch you as soon as I can. Take care, and I'll see you around.